Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville and welcome back to the high seas because we have ourselves some Armada ships here. This is the brand new Salamander stuff. Well, I'm not really sure which one we've set up here. Okay, so it must be the Thorlax shield or something like that because we've got this on the back right here. Now this back mast, for various reasons, we've got it detachable right now. We have it detachable. We'll see what we can do with that. We'll have to obviously glue that on at some point. I guess I wish I made these other sails removable, but at least here I can get to this stuff, Armored Wolf, and you'll be able to see it. Now, Armored Wolf, I did make a bunch of changes to different settings, so you'll have to let me know how things are going. I have no idea what they did on the plus or minus side there, and glad that you finally have some heat there. That's for sure. Well, we're gonna be doing some flamey stuff. We got the fluorescent paints out here. We have the fluorescent paints. We'll see what we can do with those. With this light here, which Salamander, they're all about fire. I'm just gonna make it be regular fire. We'll obviously reflect that all along here. We got shadows that we're gonna do, maybe some cast shadows. See how that works. I've got the homemade fluorescents. Here's one of them right here. There's the orange. And over here on the palette, we got our radiance. This is the radiant yellow. Kind of trying to officially give this thing a shot, see how that works. We've got the radiant turquoise, the blue, the green, and the violet over here. I do have some cadmium scarlet sitting over there, Terra Rosa there, red over here. That would be the Fanchon red. We've got the indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. Sorry, this all got kind of smushed over here in the corner. We do have Indian yellow peeking, hiding down here, something like that. We do have that. I got the green. That's the phthalo green because of all the water stuff here. Perline black, Prussian blue in the corner. Yeah, and brown matter over here. Again, those are our fluorescents. Brilliant yellow pales up there. Now, it's hilarious that this is a really big ship, but yet here you get all this space. Hey, Landrast, I hope that you're doing good. I hope that you're doing really well. Just make sure that this is not going to come off of here, right? Because that would be most unfortunate. It's heavy. It's pretty darn heavy. So I'm just going to snag me a little bit more. Just a bit more of this, and we'll see if that can hold that down a little bit more. Yeah. Now, I did do a little bit of the pre-glaze stuff over here because I was having a heck of a time getting the brush in there. So I wish I could have done these things separately, but these masts, sorry, are really crowded together. But I might have to take a cough drop already. So I apologize about the voice. Not sure why it just kind of gives out on me when I start talking. Hey, Nixo, how you doing? Nice to see you. And Grim, so everybody, please give Grim a follow. I know there's not a whole bunch of people in here right now, but Grim, that setup looks really fantastic. So congrats on your new setup. Yeah, that was a pretty darn amazing image. I mean, at some point we'll see if we can gather up the funds to do something like that. Right here, we're just gonna do some of that pre-glaze. Like Nixel says, pre-glaze is winning. Pre-glaze is all about the winning. Maybe nice to see you again. Well, I don't know if it's a happy Monday, not sure just how, because, well, Mondays can have too much Monday. We know that here. Yeah, it kind of is how it goes, right? Mondays, we would like to just substitute Tuesdays for Mondays. All right, so Nixel, we're going to be definitely doing a lot of pre-glaze here. We're going to have to see what we want to do with these sails. Do we want to go lighter or darker? Now these down here, those picks, that's sort of the, I almost said official warlord. That is the official stuff from, speaking of Landers, we got ourselves some M-Teles. M-Teles, how the heck are you doing? Yes, there you go. So M-Teles, hopefully all goes well with the cards and everything. The MetaZoo, right? MetaZoo cards. Glad that you're doing well, and thank you so much. That's a baker's dozen right there, M-Teles. That's a baker's dozen. I mean, I'll settle for a dozen. I'll settle for a dozen. But Grim just wants, well, Grim, do we want twins? Yeah, we want twins, don't we? So thank you so much, Grim. I appreciate that. We can certainly use some of that. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna stay away. I was just about to reach for some of the brown mat. I don't think we will. I think we're gonna take a pass on that right now. So, so Grim, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, that is it. Really looks fantastic, and I'm sure you have, like we were talking about, just with the standard lens, you have way more zoom in, zoom out options. And you just set a focus point, right? Like I do here. You're not trying to fool around with the autofocus or anything like that, I don't think. I might just, I don't know, I'm tempted to kind of go with the sails, maybe being a little bit darker here, not quite so light. I was thinking possible freehand, but then, you know, there's a lot of stuff in the way. There's a lot of pattern or a lot of shapes here. You're flying out this weekend. Well, I'm telling you, that sounds like it's going to be a blast for you. Now, I hope that you have a lot of fun doing that. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you always have fun with your MetaZoo stuff there. So I think, I don't know. Well, I know, Grim, you did your surprise stream earlier. Was that about a 2-hour stream or so? Now again, I changed a bunch of settings. I have no idea what that's going to do, but I did change a bunch of settings. So you'll have to let me know how things are going here. Hey, Green Fairy Studios, nice to see you. And thank you so much. Thanks, Green Fairy Studios. We'll get you a sub because I don't mind a sub. Don't mind a sip with that sub or with them bits. Thanks so much for the bitses. So yeah, this is the very first one here. It can be either the Drake or the, what the heck, actually, this is not, it's this one here. It's the Thorlax, we'll just say Thorlax Shield. That's what this one is because, well, whatever that little device is back there. Now again, they show lighter colored sails. Not so sure we're going to do that. I think we might just go darker. So thank you so much for the bitses there. That's appreciated as always. So here again, we've got one more sail. What the heck? I'm just gonna throw some of the pre-glaze on there just to have it. I'll just throw this on here. And then we'll just let that sit there for quite a while. Won't have to deal with it right away. What do we? Oh, hey, Green Leaf. Nice to see you, Green Leaf. Yeah, Green Leaf. Boy, with it, you're gonna actually have to have your own terrain. You're gonna have to have your own line of terrain that is all just forest. Yes, you're gonna have to have an entire line of terrain named just Greenleaf because Greenleaf, right? I think you should have that. I think you should. Sounds really good as a terrain name to me. Hendrix, nice to see you again too. Boy, yeah. See, as we get down here, what do we want to fool around with? I don't know. I'm gonna just take this brown matter over here, and we'll see what happens. I have no idea if this is what I really want to do, or you know what? We don't really have too much in the way of green on these ships, do we? We do not. That might be interesting. I'm just gonna go with this for right now. Yeah, and that's the brown matter up here, more on the top side. We'll do this top side, and then maybe we'll just import some green elsewhere. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. So Hendrix, nice to see you again. Yeah, Greenleaf, what is, oh, when in doubt, go darker, right? When in doubt, go darker. So we'll do some more of our, and then of course we gotta gotta start thinking about our source lighting there too. So yeah, maybe we'll give it the green over here, something like that. I don't know. I'll throw a little, whoops, I meant a little bit of Egyptian violet, not a lot of Egyptian violet, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Then we'll just go back and get some more of our brown matter. Well, it's a staining color, that's for sure. No doubt about that. So I was really hoping for turtle ships on the Salamander / Lizardman, but you get what you get, right? Freighter Krim, nice to see you again. Oh, you made your first oil paint Sunday using one of the antique copper pigments. Well, Green Fairy Studios, looking forward to maybe seeing some pics of that. Looking forward to seeing some pics of that too. So Valfera, well, you know I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say the words, right, Valfera, because that's a curse. That is definitely a curse. So I won't. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to leave that. We'll leave well enough alone, won't we, Valfera? We'll leave that just alone right there. And please, everybody, go check out what Grim was painting on stream. And also, too, please check out Grim's YouTube channel, because that's where you're going to get those starter kind of intro to oils vids. So yeah, you'll want to go check that out. I think you'll like it. So Valfera, we're just we're starting out with one of the biggest ship. There's still one more mast over here. It kind of just, as I was doing some stuff here, it just like, yeah, I better just snap that thing off of there, stick a pin on it, and go from there. And I'm kind of glad that I did that, because now, I mean, I could have maybe gotten a brush in there, but now you can at least see what the heck I'm doing. Because before, you would have had a really tough time seeing what the heck I was doing. And again, none of this is very glorious, is it? None of this is terribly glorious. I know it's kind of boring, but this is what leads to things like this. Seriously, that's how this guy started out. It was the same way. Now with this here, let's do a bit more of this on the stern here. A little more on the stern, and then we got to start thinking about the water as well. But we're going to wipe this off. We'll wipe this stuff off. I'm trying to leave it on here as, I think you can see, as long as possible. All right. I mean, I think that's just going to have to be good enough for now. Let's get some sponges out here, right? Some sponges. Poof, there you go. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Where did he go? Where is he? There he is. Holy smokes, I completely forgot. Haha. Looky here. Look at what we got. Hey, Rise of Mages, how you doing? See what this is? Yes, this is episode 2, series 30. Filmed this last night. Totally forgot about him. Now, episode 1 is up on the Patreon page right now. I think the title screen says episode 5. Just ignore that, right? But yeah, this is what I filmed last night. And what I tried to do was actually have the town sort of reflected in the armor here on the horsey. So that's something I thought, I've never done that before, like literally reflect buildings on something. So this again, this is series 30, episode 2. Look at that. There's their wee bit of metal there. I promised you, sky, earth, non-metallic metal, did I not? Now you have some. So, Grim, well, here, let's scroll on down this way, shall we? Let's scroll on down this way, because here, let me see where we're at there. Oh, did we already pass by it? We already passed by it here. Just like it says, right? When in doubt, make your colors darker. And metal surfaces, they reflected their surroundings on that thing. Let me tell you, they really reflected their surroundings. I'm just going to actually take a look here. We haven't done, what the heck does chapter 37 say? Oh, look at that. Chapter 37 says things must be messy before they can be neat. We're making a mess out of this right now, right? Guess what that other thing was? That figure I just showed you? Yeah, that was awful messy looking. Look at this. Look at how much is staying behind here. Yeah, that's not doing too bad right there. Yeah, that's well, of course there is some of the Egyptian violet in there, but still brown matter not really the most staining color. Now, of course I can't really get in there too easily to wipe things away because it's kind of there's a lot of texture here. So I'm mostly just well sponging it away instead of trying to well, here, see, there's a little more coming off because there's less Egyptian violet over there. So Green Fairy was on the sails, mostly the Van Dyke Brown with the black spin out here. A little bit, tiny bit of the Van Dyke Brown, mostly brown matter, but also a chaser of Egyptian violet in there, especially back here and on the port side. So yeah, on the port side, you can see that a little more. You know, I kind of like the darker sails here. We might actually give those a little bit of a greenish tint to them, just for funsies. Just for funsies. So Rise of Mages, I'm glad that you're doing good. Glad that you're doing well. We are hoping maybe this week actually to do some testing of maybe filming in OBS on a different computer, some larger scale stuff, just painting some terrain just to keep it as simple as possible. Some of the Rohan stuff, have no idea if it's going to work, but we'll hopefully get a chance to maybe try that later this week. Again, I don't know if it's going to work out, but it would be really nice if it did. Queez, how you doing? Queez, nice to see you, as always. Yeah, this is the biggest of the Salamander ships right here. This is their little ocean liner, as we might say. All right, there we're going to just tap some of that away. We'll let that sit there. We've got ourselves another mast here that I'm just gonna take the colors away. I kind of like this darker color for the sails, especially since a few of them are gonna have some of the object source lighting. So we'll just go with that. Just go with that right there. Deck Knight, nice to see you as well. I won't say happy Monday, but I don't know, maybe we should say happy Monday. All right, that's been wiped away. Let's get down to the water line here, shall we? We'll just find something we can use, like this here. Let's see. So, so sorry, Queez. Do you have? I know I always ask. Do you have any more stuff to kind of fill out? Now, Queez. Queez has a sub. Queez has a sub. A gift sub to Deck Knight. Thank you so much, Queez. Appreciate that as always. Well, this is going to be interesting here. I might have to reflect this onto the water. I think we might have to do that. That could be interesting, reflecting that stuff onto the water. So, all right, well, and here, you know what? I'm just gonna let the turquoise get onto the hull here. I don't care. We'll throw our green over the top of that, I suppose. You can see how much I worry about things like that. I really stress those things, don't I? I really worry about that. Maybe not so much. All right, you know, I'll get some green over there too. Some green over there. So working on some Black Legion there. Hopefully not Black Legions, because that's, well, I guess that would be your Nurgle, right? Is your Nurgle army your Black Legion army? And now these are just regular legionaries. See what I did right there? That's what you call linguistic something. Don't think it's... Wow, look at all the spatters right there. Speaking of Black Legions, which I mean that's like the most incredible segue ever on Twitch. Now I was up, yeah, it's a huge surprise, up on a ladder again today. I was spraying this stuff to hopefully seal up some things, and there was, of course, it's windy, right? And I knew that some of it was blowing back on me. What I didn't realize that it had blown all over my face. And I went to the store covered in black dots. And I don't mean like tiny little black dots like these. Actually, you can still see some of that. That's from the rubber stuff. Yeah, that's not paint. That's from the rubber stuff that I was spraying. So no wonder folks were looking at me at the store. It's like, wow, he really does have the plague or something like that. Because yeah, they were not they were going in the opposite direction when I came around. So I guess that would be why. Speaking of Black Legions, that's how today went. Hey Megan, hope that you're doing a little bit better after the initial shock wears off. All right, we got our stuff in there. We're just gonna do this stuff, right? And guess what we're going to do? We're gonna let it get up into there. Yes, we are. We're gonna let this work its way up onto the hull. Because look at this. It's like we're painting with a sponge. Because, well, we are. We are painting with a sponge. So Grim brought the jaundice look. Grim was sporting the jaundice look at the store. So Grim, how many days did it take for that to subside before it looked like you? I guess you know if it was too orange, I guess you would look like you were trying to combat scurvy or something like that. So how long did it take to get rid of that effect? Hey, Arda Michael. So Arda Michael is painting some legions on an ogre over there. Thanks so much again, Queez. Appreciate that. And Deck Knight, glad to have you here. Now again, we've got one more mast here, but I want to get to all this stuff before we fool around with that. Okay, we have now wiped this away. We have remaining over here, such as it is, one last area of pre-glaze to attend to. That would be this stuff over here. What the heck? I'm going to just throw a little bit of thinner into that. Just because reasons. Let's do some more this way. Yeah, Grim says, I'll let you know when that subsides. So that should be a clear indication that Grim is going to be the banana split for a while. Either that or Grim is going to be Big Bird. Or some form of Muppet, I guess. A yellow Muppet, that's what Grim is going to be for a while. So Arda Michael, I hope that painting goes well. And Valfera, I know you posted it a couple of times. If you wanted to post the link to your fantastic baby Yoda, so that people can see that, I think they would really get a kick out of it because you did amazing stuff there. You really did. It was tremendous. So yeah, you should pop that into the chat there so people can see it. Indian yellow, it stains. So Grim, are you gonna just have to have like a picture of your hands, like sort of like a meme or whatever, and just a picture? Oh, look at this, radiant lemon in there. Yeah, Grim, we're gonna have to get a picture of your hands there, just and mangoes, they stain a lot. They stain a lot here. We're just gonna start to throw some of this on here. Again, it's think of it more as just a bit of a pre-glaze here. That's all. Oh, orange. We won't really try to wipe this away, although we could and see just if this actually has any sort of staining powers, but my guess is no. That would be my guess, is no. That's where I'm going with that. Here, let's throw a little bit of cadmium scarlet on there. So there is some sort of a face here. Actually, in the fire, it's like there's arms and a face and other stuff like that. Here, we'll keep going with our light into this. Obviously, going to be a whole bunch later, but for now, we'll go with this here: the orange, the cadmium, scarlet, such as they are. I'm just going to get this on the underside here, so don't mind me as we turn this whole thing upside down. We're almost there, but there's a lot of little gaps and stuff in here as far as where we're going to have to throw some lighter tones. There's a slightly different approach maybe to the pre-glaze on something like that. Here, let's start to wipe some of this away perhaps. Again, not too much. Some of this too. Right there. And now, somewhere around here is a filbert brush that we should be able to use for some flamin' fiery effects. Orange, cadmium, scarlet. Let's do this thing. Hey, Olive, nice to see ya. So, Green Fairy, I think there's, with the ships that they sent me, I think there's one other one that's got some flames on it. I was expecting every ship to have the flames, but I think I only see one. Now, of course, there might be options. Just like, well, this one, it was an option with the flame. But maybe that might be an option on some ships. I don't know. But so far, the other boxes, all I saw was just the one ship. Now here, maybe we'll let a little smidge of our orange get out there. Just, again, a little indication of some orange there. What does this have? I think this one does. Well, check that. Well, the tiny little ships, the support ships, and then this one's got some flames on it too. So that's awful close to the sail, but is what it is, right? Right, Green Fairy?
So say we all!
Look at this, Spider-Man doing things that only a Spider-Man can. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So Sarge is going to go walk the Grim. So Sarge, you be a good dog and go walk the Grim and be back. Look at this. Look at this. See how I have neatly positioned my brushes in the donation tip cup there. So Spider-Man, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you very much. That that's always appreciated. That's always appreciated. Let's start to get in some lighting here, such as it is. Sorry about that. Voice is just being a little bit wonky here. Don't know why. It always tends to happen there. Yeah, Velfira. Now, of course, this might be. Is this the ship that the Blue Wizards took to out east to the Easterlings there? I don't know. Is this the ship of the Blue Wizards? Maybe that was their problem. They just got on the wrong boat. Maybe they just took the wrong boat. And thank you so much, Valfira. Appreciate that. Yeah, it'd be very cool if we had to restock right away, wouldn't it? Because yes, the medicine cabinet secretly disguised, the uh, the not refrigerator disguised as a medicine cabinet. Yeah, that's not here yet. Not sure when that'll happen, but one day we might just have that. All right, so now that didn't take long, did it? Boy, that really didn't take very long. Again, like the darker color for the sails. I think we're going to stick with that. That's our sales pitch. Darker color on the sails. That will be our sales pitch. And we'll keep this. I like the idea of some like a more of a greenish color for the hull. I don't know. I think that would be fun. How much? Maybe we're gonna do a little cheaty thing here as far as how light, how far that light extends backwards. I don't know. Now here we gotta do something on the waves. We gotta do something. I'm actually using this as a wee bit of a chisel edge brush here, just trying to almost sort of dry brush. This is where this is where the sculpted waves I think are going to come in handy. Oh yeah, I think so. No, nope. I need something that's even more delicate than that, actually. Let's see if this will work. Ah, that is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where the tops of the waves are. So again, we had a lot of room here to actually put those sort of waves onto that. Okay, where's my, we'll use this. We'll use this. Let's go towards more opacity here. And we're just going to start to jam some lighter colors down into the flames here. So thanks again, Velfair. Really appreciate that. Again, thanks to everybody for all the bits and subs. They make a tremendous difference. And again, here is the latest video. I just filmed this last night. So I put up episode 1, Patreon page, right? The Army Painting Series 30. This is going to be episode 2. Yeah, this is your full-on Sky Earth non-metallic metal right there. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting series. I think it's going to be a very interesting series. All right. We'll keep here. Let's get a little bit more of our lighter coat down into the recesses here. We're just trying to build some things right now. That's all. Just looking to build some stuff. Tossing in where I can the fluorescent yellow. Then we'll darken from there. But we're going to lighten things up here a bit first. Okay, where it's possible. Here, let's get rid of some of that paint out of the brush there. Okay, we'll let that mix with what I've got here. Let's see if we can get some more of this out on the end of the, well, fire elemental. Actually, Green Fairy and, what is that? Kings of War. Do the Lizardmen have fire elementals as part of the army? Like maybe they're monstrous creatures or something like that? Again, I haven't seen anything from Kings of War in years. So I will have to be ignorant, unfortunately, as to those things. So my apologies for that ignorance. All right, let's do some more of that here. Where's my orange? Since it's starting to get a little bit too yellow. Don't want that to get too yellow too quickly here. We're gonna, I think we'll need to either let this sit here for a couple minutes. You'll be amazed at how much more this will cover if I just let this have a chance to set for even a half an hour and then we go back to it. It shocks me every time. It shouldn't shock me at all, but it's always kind of a reminder of that. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Don't be hasty. Hasty little hobbitses do not get rewarded. Sailors having elementals on their boats. Ah, okay. Yeah, I just Again, not being familiar with the Kings of War stuff. I mean, I tried the Empire of Dust a while back. That just didn't go so well, and that was the end of Kings of War. Now, of course, I think there's been at least one other edition since then, maybe. So again, we're trying to get some of our lighter colors in here, using mostly the Radiant Turquoise. Now this thing is awful heavy, this ship right here. I mean, like, it's solid chunk of resin, so it's heavy. So we're trying not to just slosh it around all over the place. Again, all of the water that's all sculpted on. That's just a piece of MDF. That's all it is, just a piece of MDF board. Ship is stuck on there. All of this texture had to be sculpted on. Here, let's lighten this up. And then the question is, how much of that? Oh, I like this. There's actually almost like a shadow being cast there. Oh, that's right. We should have the shadow of this and then have more of the flame light come out there. So I'm going to have to not do too much of that on the hull. Now, before I get too far into the water, I want to see what kind of green do we want to have on that hull. Nope, I was going to go with the Indian yellow, but that might be a little too much. We're going to go with something like this here. See what this will do. I have no idea, but we'll find out. So almost, again, sort of a light green-ish. Color is going to maybe work its way into here. Maybe something a little different. A little different. It's always fun to maybe just come up with your own color scheme. All right, do the same on this side. Now, again, just going to take this and let it work with whatever is already there, which is pretty much the same. Pre-glaze is what we did on the water. Also, too, you can see, right? Cool colors, warm colors, huh? All right, this is what, half an hour in? Half an hour in, we've already got, I think, a substantial lighting effect already established, don't we? I think so. All right, now let's see if I'm going to just start to throw in, where possible here, some other things. Ooh, radiant limit, maybe a bit of the Indian yellow too, here and there. And let me just get rid of some of this. And we're just going to very gently brush this in. And again, I don't mind if it turns almost a little bit towards the greenish side of things. Do some of that over here now. Maybe we do something like some kind of energy field thing there. That might be interesting. Some sort of an energy field. I don't know. Like a spacescape. There we go. Because, you know, lizard men and spacescapes. Lizard men and spacescapes. Maybe we'll have to do that. Wow, look at all that color that's mixed into that. Holy smokes. That is quite a bit. And again, like I said, this is all of about a half an hour so far. It's all it's taken. That's all it's taken so far. All right, a little more this way. And this can go lighter. It can still go lighter than this. Because look at how it's mixing again together with what's already there. So the brown matter, all the different tones and shades all starting to mix in there here. Let's just pop a little bit of this onto the sails too while I'm thinking about it. Not too much over there. Just a little something here. Again, we've got ourselves a fourth mast, but we'll deal with that later. All right, where's the other blendy brush here? Now we're maybe going to switch gears just a little with this radiant violet here. Just a bit, because I don't want it to look all just yellow there. We want some other variations in this. We're starting to pick up a lot of these little shapes now. Again, don't really see the windows necessarily. I don't know if we're gonna do the like what we've done on some of our other ships. We might not. I don't know. There's just some windows right over there. Might still try and do those. So something like one of those energy things or something. Maybe we do that with blue or whatever instead of a fiery type thing. All right, let's switch you over this way. Again, this is the radiant violet. Nowhere near white. We got a long ways to go before we get all the way to white. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Not going to be hasty. Again, have not reached for any of the white yet here. Let's start to think about the masts. Sails again. Just look at this very light brush stroke. Hands nowhere near the ferrule of that brush, which lets me have this really light touch. It is so darn important. It really is important. And I'll let some of that go out over here too. Again, I don't want to lighten up the sails too much, but I don't want them to be too boring. We will get some reflected bluish turquoise type colors on the bottom of the sails here for sure. All right. Now I want to see if I can work in some of those lighter colors in the water. Down in the water here. Let's see a little bit of the turquoise with the white. We'll start further back. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? Nice to see you again, as always. All right, again, that sculpted water really is fantastic. The bigger ships really do give you the best opportunity for it. Usually. Now, this is pretty much the same approach that I use for painting marble, right? Just kind of dragging the brush along there. That is quite literally the exact same thing I do with the marble. Oh, speaking of which, I got to start getting me some more of these. Yeah, I need to get me some more of these guys. Now, I did, as I was using it in the last episode I just filmed, I realized that these brushes, it sounds weird, but you got to break them in. They're all sort of, yeah, you need to break them in just a little bit before they're really, it's kind of like a pair of jeans, right? To get yourself a little more room between your cheek and gum, you have to kind of wear those jeans a little bit and get yourself a little extra room out of that. Let's see. Well, Lady B, I mean, good luck on the 504s there. Again, you could just take regular oil paints. That's all those things are. There's no special formulas for those. It's just oil paint mixed with thinner. That's all the stuff is. Because I learned that with all of the, what was that, the MiG ammo stuff. Yeah. Like their mud effects, all it is oil paints, weathering powders, and maybe a little thinner. Depends on, if it's heavy mud, there's less thinner. If it's the spattery mud, there's more thinner. So that's all it is just, well, plaster. Oh, and plaster, that's right. So you take oils and plaster, you mix them together, you got mud. And all you need is just the oils a little bit of thinner, and poof, you got yourself some really cool looking mud. All right, look at that. See, again, that just kind of goes right along the bottom of the hole. Hey, Sammy, how you doing? So, Sammy, nice to see you again. Of course, I sort of forgot the walrus guys downstairs, so we don't have the walrus guys that we were painting, so you can see what those looked like. But they were very fun, rest assured. Really fun to paint. Now we're going to see if we can start to lighten up the wake on this ship. Now here we're going thicker, but guess what? The very next layer or application, whatever you want to call it, that's going to have to be thinner. That will certainly have to be thinner. All right, let's do our little bit of reflected stuff down here onto the hull again. Where's that? Not going to grab that green just yet. Not just yet here. All right, let's not fool around with that anymore. Now we'll go over to that green, the lighter green here. Still with some turquoise, though. Still with a bit of turquoise. Let's see what we can do on our hull down here. Okay, just a little bit of that lighter green here. Let's get some down there. That works. And I think you can see kind of what it is that we're driving at here, right? We're trying to get that sort of reflected color of the water and such back here. Now, as far as this again, maybe some kind of a power generating, shield whatever thing. We'll have to just figure that out. We'll have to figure that out. We can try something. We don't like it, I'll just wipe it away, and that'll be it. And then we can do something else. We can do something else instead. Just gonna move some of this stuff out of the way. Hey, Sakaya and Crazy Wolf. Well, Crazy Wolf, you're gonna have to let me know how your water washable worked out, because I still have not actually had a chance to print with that. Well, I tried. As it turns out, I think what it was is that the bottle was expired because I didn't know that resin had an expiration date. Yes, it does. It has a use-by date. So that's another thing in that long list of the stuff I wish I knew about 3D printing that nobody ever told me when I got started. I'm telling you, that video is going to be a 4-hour tirade. Actually, it might be longer than that now. It's probably going to be about a 4.5, 5-hour tirade. I mean, we love our 3D printing here. But that doesn't mean we can't launch into tirades. All right, there we go. I think that works. So we're, again, setting up our ship's flowing through the water. Now we got to start thinking about what's happening here. What's happening up by the bow? Gonna use the cadmium scarlet for right now. And we're gonna try and get a few glints of fire on the waves, because we haven't done this yet. We have not done that yet so far. Yeah, Olive, the flavor of that resin, boy, after the expiration date, it could give your printer a tummy ache for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has ever kind of run into that where maybe you got a bottle of resin that's been around for a while and you go to use it and you go, oh, yeah, probably should have ate that sooner, because that's not going to end well. So Lady B, what kind of stuff are you painting now? Are you still painting those 2 large-scale things that you printed out? And yeah, Crazy Wolf, I'll have to see what your results are with the water washable, because that's something that I wanted to try with the large scale, with the Anycubic Mono X. Something tells me it'll just be easier and a little bit faster to deal with, even than the Soraya Smoky Black. Again, no way to know that until I try it. No way to know just yet. Okay, we are going to try and now get where we can start to really get some nice reflections going here. But now we've got the water. I think we start to make that water look a little bit more glassy. We'll also have to get our little black line along the edge there. We'll do that too. Hey, Happy Heretic. Turns to vinegar. So yeah, of course the Soraya Smoky Black, it has a smoky flavor to it, right? And you would think, well, see, maybe that's why it lasts longer, because it's smoked. Yeah, just like a smoked sausage or anything smoked cheese or whatever, right? That's gonna just last a lot longer. Now, of course, the Soraya Smoky Black, I mean, some people have different types of crackers they like to try that on. Now, of course, when it's semi-cured, it's good on maybe it's good on some Ritz crackers or something like that. When it's not really cured, it's really more of a dip, I would say. Yeah, more of a dip than an actual than something. Well, it's more spreadable that way. That's for sure. If it hasn't been cured yet. Oh, you're doing those. Oh, you got a WizKids Manticore. Yeah, Lady Beat. Now, is that one of those bone style figures, or is it a frameworks? Because we've got the framework stuff. That's the other thing I have to do is start putting some of those together. I did want to do a video for that, if possible. All right, I think we're starting to get our lighting effects going here. Now, of course, Asiago cheese. Of course, deep fried cheese curds. You can't go wrong with those. Deep fried cheese curds. Man, I wouldn't mind myself a whole box of those things right now. A box, a bag. I don't care what they come in. I just want a huge batch of deep fried cheese curds, because deep fried cheese curds. That's what I want right now. What I also want to do is see if I can't just sneak in that little bit of the lighter orange down there. Same over here. Let's just brush some of that in there on this too. So the Happy Heretic's got a Culver's, which also generates the aforementioned cheese curds. I think we're all caught up there. Yes, we are all caught up. So yeah, Crazy Wolf, I've been waiting a while to do this on one of the ships. Now, I think there's one of these ships that had the flamey stuff out on the front of it. I don't think we really did that on the water, but I could always kind of after the fact do that. All right, so yeah, that must be one of those bone style figures then. I'm guessing. Here, we'll add some more of our orange there. Oh, Happy Heretic did some YouTube vids, painted a couple of minis, and Happy Heretic still has some more of that weekend left. That's always good, Happy Heretic. Glad to hear about that. Let's do a little more of the orange down there. And, ooh, what about along here? I don't know. Something like that. And Happy Heretic, you want to throw the link to your channel there so that Lady B can check it out. Might as well do that. Sammy, it was, well, the handy thing is that it's the sculpted water, right? So literally all I had to do was just take a brush and sort of, do the edge thing, find out where the waves were, and then I threw a little bit lighter orange in some places. Now the final thing, I might throw a couple of little bits of lighter orange in there. Not right now, but so there might be a little bit more of the lighter orange being added there as well. But don't have to decide that right now, that's for sure. We can wait on that. Might as well get some of the little bit of the fire color on that mast. Now let's see what I can do on the sail here. Or is it just, yeah, we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer on that. No problem. Can still go lighter on the water down there. I might just, might do that as well. Let me see if I can find a brush that we can use. So Lady B, there's just so many really incredible things that they can do. It boggles the mind. I keep finding new things. Constantly keep finding new things like, wow, they can do that too? Okay. And they're just so relaxing to work with. There's no race against the clock. No race against the... Look at that. See, we can take this much thicker yellow here. See how the thick paint sticks to the thin paint and vice versa? Yeah, that's some very thick paint right there. Everything else underneath it is very thin. So that's why we're going to get that nice adhesion there. Here, I'll just pop this. Boom, there it is again. Do this again, like so. Lady B, it's going to be different for every single miniature. It's going to be different for every single color because some of them, they have different consistencies. In general, it's always best to give it, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, even 20, 30 minutes before you go back. You can't always do that. It is also why I recommend working on multiple figures at the same time because then it reduces the temptation just a little bit. You're not quite so tempted to just rush right back into a certain area. So multiple figures, either that or if it's a larger figure, I mean, even this, right? Just go somewhere else on the figure, right? Find another spot, work there for a bit. Again, like all this out here, I can't do anything with that right now. But if I wait well, heck, an hour from now, oh my gosh, it'll be a completely different situation. It'll be amazing, the difference. So you can see now, it's starting to look really nice and flamey there, isn't it? So yeah, Grim, your new camera really, that's really fantastic. Like I said, maybe at some point, if we can sell off a whole bunch of miniatures, we try and get ourselves one of those too. And you're just using the base lens, right? You don't have another. I know some of those guys, they'll get not just the camera, but they also have the lens too. I'm thinking it's just the straight up basic lens that came with it. And again, everybody, please go check out Grim. And folks, again, the Armored Wolf grass tufts, they are available. Go check out the Etsy page. Orders are being placed. Orders are being placed. You know what happens, right? When we recommend things, they start to run out. So you want to go order tons of stuff from Armored Wolf. I do have them here. So again, you want them juicy grass and flower tufts. Better get them now, because other folks are going to order and they may not be around. Thank you so much, Megan. That's appreciated. So yeah, go out there, grab those grass tufts, grab the crushed glass. Where the heck is that? Here it is. Yes, because this is so very cool here. So it's all of the packaging, right? Replica nature. Go check it out. Go check out the replica nature. So just the kit lens, so that's cool. And like you were saying, you also didn't no capture card adventures or anything like that. So and it looks fantastic, Grim. It really looks fantastic. So everybody, please give Grim a follow. You'll be streaming on your regular Wednesday this week, won't you, Grim? I know you did the surprise stream today, but I'm pretty sure you'll be doing your usual Wednesday one. All right, there we go. So again, that is all. The key to that, the absolute key to that, is thick over thin and vice versa. Now let's see how much thicker this is here. See if I can get some of this. Oh yeah. See that's thicker. The paint is thicker. It's going to cover now. But there's times we have to go the other way too. So it's not just a one-way thing. There are times where you have to go back the other way and use the thinner paint. There we go. See, it's starting to look even more and more fiery. So you do have the capture card, and Wednesday is still the plan. So again, everybody go give Grim that follow so you can also catch his stream on Wednesday. If I can join you on Wednesday, I will, even maybe if it's for a little bit there, because it's always fun. All right, you know, a little bit more of that. It's really important to have the fluorescent yellow with the fluorescent orange, because if you try and make the fluorescent orange lighter, more opaque, whatever, with your say the cadmium yellow or even cadmium scarlet, whatever, it can get a little bit on the chalky side. The add in just a little bit of the fluorescent yellow just sort of takes that away. It's really neat the way it does that. Let's see if we can get some lights here along whatever this big old bowl is that holds the fire elemental in it. Yeah. Let's see. So I think we're all caught up there. I think we're finally caught up. So again, the camera boom. This is a big ship right here, so the camera boom is kind of in the way. I might try to. Well, actually, I do have another camera boom that is coming this way. I don't know if it would work in this setup. It's really for the large format stuff. It's so that I can paint the terrain and other things, which are way too big to fit on this station here. All right. A couple little glinty things on end of the barrels there too. Don't want to forget those. Let's not lose sight of some of this either. So we got ourselves quite the fiery salamander ship here. It's apparently safety at sea is just not, that's not a big thing in Armada. I guess they're not very safety first mindset there with Armada. Lots of wood, lots of fire. What could possibly go wrong with that combination? Well, I probably will if I can't. I'm gonna roll too much. I'm gonna go over here. We'll take just that much. Now again, I'm not gonna put it underneath here because, well, we've got the shadow of this here. I'm gonna see if I can't lighten this just on the crest of the waves out here. I don't want to make the whole water be all flamey, but just the crests here on these waves, and see if that'll work. Just something like that. Ooh, let's go up here. Let's go over here and do this one. Well, I'll do this one first. Maybe up here. Okay, now that would all be sort of in shadow, maybe a little bit out there, and that's about it. Now everything else under there would have to be a much, much lighter color, no doubt about it. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be nice. See, even here, I gave it a good 15 minutes, and already I can put paint there where I just wouldn't have been able to before. But we'll still have to be patient. We're still gonna have to be patient with that. But a little bit here now, then we're gonna have to work elsewhere, and then swing around back to it. Here, let me see if I can't lighten up the front edge of this a little bit. Get where it's facing towards the flame. As much as I would love to be able to, paint this with all the masts not on there, it's kind of the way it's got to be. See, look at this. Even here now, I could not get paint to stick there. Even about 15 minutes ago. See, so now it starts to stick there much better. Just taking this brush, just dragging this along. Get more of the yellow / orange here. Okay, that's better. See if I can lighten this up too. Yes, I can. Let's see. Yeah, it hasn't been listed yet. Has it been listed yet? The tufts and everything, that was the first stuff to get listed. Just want everybody to be aware that is coming up really soon. It's been a busy week for Armored Wolf. Yeah, the last 4 or 5 days have been a little bit of a busy set of days there for Armored Wolf. So Armo, as soon as possible, we'll be getting the crushed glass listing going. I might just fool around with a little bit of the fiery stuff down there. What the heck? It's a giant fire elemental on a big old Chinese junk filled with lizards. So I think we got ourselves a little bit of artistic license, because we can just be artistes and have a license to be artistes. Deuce, how you doing? There we go. So Grim doing the right thing, getting those fantastic grass tufts. And Deuce, what you got printing out there? Oh yeah, space drop ship in the shape of a star fortress with tanks rolling out. Well, I guess you would have tanks coming out every direction, wouldn't you? It'd almost be like one of those model train roundabouts or something like that. It would be a tank roundabout. There you go. And again, once that stuff has had a chance to set, I'm going to come back in there with some darker tones, but not now. Not doing that right now. We're going to let that have a chance to set there. Okay, the sail, they're not going to really do too much more on the oranges up here, I don't think. Not too much more. I might just catch this little edge there with some of the orange and maybe this. Just because. Yeah, a little something out there on the end. Now looks like Marco can only order upgrades for the new printer. Yeah, Michael, oh, and hopefully the situation there with the persnickety student has that maybe subsided a little bit. One way or did someone survive and someone not survive? I guess that's my. I'll ask that question. I'm going to throw a little bit more. Nope, even more of the fluorescent yellow there. And that's going to go down in there. Surely some right there. And poof, more right there. Yeah, that really helps. More of this really, really, really light here. There's still a couple other places it can go. Maybe there. A little bit there too. Tomorrow's critique day. Oh wow. It's critique Tuesday. See, Michael, ours. Oh boy, it was either Tuesday or Thursday. It was either Tuesday or Thursday. It was the most feared and dreaded and loved day. There were those of us that enjoyed Critique Thursday. We feared it, but we still enjoyed the sheer entertainment value of it. And of course, we didn't celebrate the losses of those that just where they were, and of course they were not unjustly eviscerated. It was if they were told something and they repeatedly ignored it, well, they would be reminded, because it was very fair. You were always told, all right, these are the expectations. If the expectations were not adhered to, well, then there could be some issues that arose from that. Now, what's also going to arise from this, hopefully, are some lighter, almost greenish type highlights down over here that maybe separate this from what's going on up there. See if we can do that. Now, maybe we do something different for the roofs here. Maybe we go green tile roofs on those or something. Oh, that could be. We were talking about getting some greens in there. Maybe that's the thing to do. Maybe that's it. So we just took the radiant green, some of the white, we mixed those together. And now we're just trying to, again, find ourselves some lighter edges on all this little trim stuff here. We will vary it though. We're just gonna, we'll make sure we go back to the violet and a couple of the other radiants and give those a shot too. Not so much of the warm color though, because we got plenty of warm stuff going on up there, don't we? Dano, how the heck are you doing? There's still one more mast, but I think it'd just be easier for people to see what's going on there. So yeah, we'll do that. So Dano, I hope that everything went good today. And happy, well, I guess happy Monday. Do we really want to say happy Monday? I'm not so sure about that. Can Monday still be a happy? I suppose it can be. It can be for some. Especially if you're also now not freezing anymore, because that's not good. All right, yeah, we'll just keep going with some of this here. This again is a little bit of the green, radiant green mix, but a little bit of the white. So this is the biggest of the Salamander ships. Now, there's basically the only option is back here on the stern. This is called, there's the Drake, which pretty much has nothing back there. This one is called Thorlax Shield. So we're thinking of maybe painting that as some kind of an energy thing or whatever. Again, don't know exactly what we want to do there, but maybe something that's got some blue energy coming out of it. I don't know. Or we do a tiny space cape. Not sure. Not quite sure yet. Here, let's do a little bit more. Again, of our highlight color there. Let's do some more down here. Now the things seem to be okay. I'm not even gonna dwell on it too much, because if we say it right, things will all of a sudden things will happen. But I changed a bunch of settings. No really idea what it was that I changed.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
But hopefully those maybe have done something. I think this. Oh, is it a Kodak moment? Is this a Kodak moment right here? He says, "Oof, that's gonna spark the gun. You sure that's safe, guys? Because I'm looking at this going, yeah, is there a Balrog on that ship? So thank you so much, Kodak. I appreciate that. Hey, Punishment, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Hopefully your Monday did not have an excessive amount of Monday to it, because, well, as we all know here, that can happen. Just right, Grim? Don't want to curse anything. I don't want to curse it, jinx it, whatever. I'm just going to see if I can't. Okay, a little bit more of this lighter green. No, not going to try and extend the firelight this far. We'll just say it ends. Oh, amidships. We'll say it ends there. To all you landlubbers. Yeah, thanks, Nick. So where's the? Oh, well. A little bit like this here, right? That the shadow that Galadriel is casting on the ground, and then where's that one? There it is. That's the one. So that clay cyanide figure right there, again, how she's kind of casting a shadow on the wall. That, I think that really does. I mean, it makes it just look a little bit more like something, right? Maybe a little more real-ish. I get it's realism with this, really, but you can at least make it a little more believable, right? You can just take some of the things that people might expect from a visual sense, and if you can give that to them, it does make it seem a little more believable. So thank you very much, Nick. So much appreciated. Here, we'll get the, can couple these edges here. And I think we also did that on some of the, oh, I remember, oh yeah, that's right. The, was that Series 24? Let me see if I can, there we go. Yeah, you can see even they're sort of casting some shadows onto the walls and such. Here, let me see if there's a, yeah, so those are painted on shadows that you're seeing there. Those are not, those are lighting shadows. So yeah, that's, it really can create one heck of an atmosphere for your miniature for sure. And yes, go take a look-see at all the other magnificent thing. I mean, we talk about the grass tufts and the flower tufts, which are fantastic, but yeah, there's a lot more to the Armored Wolf Productions Etsy page than the basing stuff. So you want to go check that out for sure. Yeah, next though, the shadow stuff, it can make something that's only roughly about 1.125 tall, all of a sudden just have so much more oomph to it. Where's some of those, the Sons of Sekhmet, the same way? There they are. So there was shadows cast by him onto the base. And of course, you can just check out the Instagram there. That's where I have all of the images of some of the finished miniatures. So you can go check it out there. And I'm going to stick with the lighter greenish color here if I can. As you can see, we're not doing the entire edge of that. We're sort of picking this little chain of shapes here. Now, of course, we do have one of these that's got object source lighting. I took one of those braziers, and that's got like over on the side here. So again, this is the video I just filmed last night. So some sky, earth, non-metallic metal there. That's a Highlands Miniatures, basically Empire, and doing an Everland color scheme. So each shield is going to have a different set of heraldry, I guess you would say, on it. And not quite Bretonian level. You know, we're not. It's not quite that different, but just a little bit different there, one to the next. Because I thought, well, you'll learn a whole bunch more. If I just do the same pattern over and over again, you're not going to learn anything. Well, you'll learn some, but you'll learn a lot more if you see me doing a whole bunch of different patterns. So I thought, what the heck? Let's do something like that. A different pattern on every shield. So again, sorry about the voice there. Might have to snag a cough drop, possibly. Might need to do that later. Let's get a little bit more of our light here. All right. Oh, let's get the edges here of these guns. At least that's what I'm thinking they are. I mean, it seems like some ships more gun-based, and then you've got like the Empire of Dust ships. Those are more ballistas. The elf ships kind of have a hybrid. They have a little bit of each. There's some guns and some ballistas. Some of each. So look at the fiery stuff there. And Mogster, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that follow. Where's our can? Oh, here he is. Hello, little hobbits. Oof. Now I know where the ganja got sparked. Hey, yeah, you don't have a Balrog on there, do you? Because yeah, I got issues with Balrogs. Not sailing west with a boat. Hey, why would he be sailing west anyway? Jeez, come on, man. First, the cook is the hero of the story. You know, not the guy who dies. No, of course not. Boy, that Gandalf is getting more and more resentful. Thank you so much, Mogster. And of course, here's a couple of the other ones. So you can go back and check out all of these previous sessions here. This is the latest fleet that we were working on. So again, these are this is Armada from Mantic. Now here's another one of the larger elf ships. And here's a few more. Where's our group there? This is just a tiny portion. This is we've got something like 20 ships now, I think. We did an entire Empire of Dust fleet. We did a whole Basilean fleet. We'll be building up some more of the Orc fleet as well. But now we just started the brand new Salamander fleet. So this is brand new here. Brand spanking new. Just assembled this thing last night. Oh, Heisentoad, nice to see ya. Nice to see ya. Yeah, and of course, now again, the water that's on the base here, that's all been sculpted using the heavy gloss gel because they don't come that way. They're just, look at this, just a flat piece of MDF. That's all it is. We have taken it a bit further, again, with just the heavy gloss gel, the same stuff we use to make icicles, that we use to make water effects, the same stuff, quite literally, that we use to sculpt fire. So that sword doesn't have any fire on it. I just took the heavy gloss gel, same stuff I used to do the water here. Boom. Literally a couple of seconds is all it took to create that fire effect. Now we're going to do a little bit of film noir. Oh, this should be interesting, Valfera. This should be really interesting to see what the heck happens here. Well, I mean, yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a lighting effect, but boy, not quite so dramatic. And look at the water. Well, let's look at it this way. I think this might be interesting here. Let's bring back our color now. Slowly, there we go. Look at that. Didn't look like much of anything, did it? And then all of a sudden, poof, there it is. All right, let's see if we can't. Ooh, I should probably a couple of drops of thinner there in the white. Basically what that does is it starts to break that down. It's really handy. It's something that I'm starting to do more and more and more with other colors now, not just the white. But that is kind of a handy way of essentially sort of doing like what you would, mixing it all. All right, we need to get more of the lighter color down here by the bow. And of course, I'm going to say that the fire does not reach down here because shadows, which means I can still use my white here. So I think we're all caught up now on the chat. So Monster, thank you so much for joining us here. Normally we're painting regular miniatures, large scale, small scale, a lot of Lord of the Rings. There's a lot of Lord of the Rings miniatures that get painted here. And typically on our Saturday challenge, of course, we've been painting a lot of arch villain 3D printed miniatures. Oh, Dano, I have printing right now the first build plate of Printing Goes Ever On Harad stuff, because you can never have too much Harad, can you? Now, not the Mumak. That's just gonna have to wait until the Anycubic is 100% up and running. Because yeah, there's no way I'm even giving that a try. So Nixo, we're only an hour and 25 minutes in here. There's a lot more yet to do because, well, look at this. We still got a mast over here, and we still have to figure out, do we want to do any special effect down here? And what kind of a special effect is that going to be? But what I want to do is have as much of everything else uh, at least underway as possible. I don't want to get locked into one area. I know you're super familiar with me saying that. Don't want to get trapped in one spot. You want to be rotating around that ship. And then it also, again, depends on how long it takes for this to set, because I got to get my darker oranges out there. If it takes a little longer to set, oh well, we'll get to it when we get to it. And when you've got a whole, we're still trying to find a color scheme in this fleet, right? This is nothing like taking the largest ship in the fleet and using that for your color test figure. So just like that, this Imperial, well, basically Empire Knight here, this was our color test figure. Well, this is very similar to all the rest of the figures. This, just like our Orc ship, I think, and the Basileans, we just took the most gargantuan ship and then proceeded to use that as our color test figure. So, maybe you want, for other folks, might want to use smaller ships as their color test figure. Might be a little bit easier. Hey, Pop-Tart guy, how you doing? Thanks, Clover. Thanks so much. Glad to see you back. This was fun to get a chance to actually put that on the water there. Now, I don't always get a chance to do it because usually the bow is coming right up to the edge there. This is kind of a rare opportunity where the bow didn't do that. So yay for me. Yay for me, getting a chance to have some fun there. So again, we're just trying to pick out a little bit of our, like, see that that's the swirling nature of the water there. Again, we're working with the water that has been sculpted, and yeah, that was sculpted on with the heavy gloss gel. Now we need a serious wake here behind that ship. I mean, that should be generating one heck of a wake here. There, that's a little better. Maybe it fades out as it gets away from the stern there, but let's make sure that's pretty strong. Yeah, Grim, you gotta go big, right? You got to go big. Now, a little bit, I'll show you the Lizard Man army and just, what might be possible for that little, well, not so little. I mean, that thing right there is probably about a 50-foot wide or 60-foot wide disc, just with the scale of these ships or whatever. Now, where's Melizzi's there? I'm thinking something along the lines of, so see those little discs right there? Well, not so little. Or, where's my, there we go. So do I go something like that, just like a little galaxy sort of a thing? Or do we try and make it look like it's got some kind of an energy field to it? So do we make it like a portal or an energy field? According to what they're saying about what this ship is, maybe it needs to be an energy field. Pop-Tart guy, those are both sensational. I don't have any DM stash, not because I don't want them. They're really cool. I need to actually, well, I need to print up tons of stuff. I need to print up some Loot Studios figures as well. I think that's also something that's probably going to be left to the Anycubic Mono X. So that is the new printer. And I think all of the larger stuff will just be left to that so that I can really just use the old, well, not so old, the old Frozen Sonic Mini 4K for more infantry size stuff. Maybe not so much with the 8-hour prints on the Mono X. Would like to keep those down to more like the 4.5 to 5 hour range with stuff that maybe where cavalry is the largest thing, or maybe some of those arch villains like the walrus guys. Those were maybe 5.5 to 6. But yeah, not so much with the 8-hour prints on the Anycubic, or sorry, on the old Frozen anymore, I think. Just doesn't make much sense because if you're doing an 8-hour print, it's really tall. And why not use the printer that's meant to do big stuff? All right, this also needs to not just be lighter, but also some cooler colors in there. Now, maybe we do. No, we're not going to get windows in there. I'm looking at this. No, I don't think there's should be windows there. As I take another little peek at that, I don't think so. So yeah, DM stash, that would be really fun to paint. There's stuff has popped up when I was kind of searching for other things. It would certainly be really interesting to do. All right, there we go. And if I'm gonna do any more lights, I will let it be this orangey stuff. So again, I still have to let that mellow out. Even on the sailor, I gotta let that stuff mellow, give it some time, then we can go back in and fool around with it. Like we've said before, with the wave action, the hydrodynamics against the hull here, we don't want an unbroken chain of just white there. See, it's basically waves crashing up against the side of the ship there, cutting through. Yeah, we don't want to have just a white line along the edge. It's kind of a common thing that I see. I see that an awful lot. All right, with this, where's that Prussian blue? A little bit of our turquoise here. As remember, what we were thinking about doing was getting a little bit of a cooler color down here. Almost a bit of the water. Making an impression on the sail there. And you can see what a light pre-glaze, or well, what a light action that is mixing with the pre-glaze. All I did, that's just pre-glaze. Now adding this. Now I might go smidge more turquoise here. And I don't want that to get too light. Don't want that to get too light here. That might just be too much. I'm going to tone that down a little. That's maybe about as light as I can let that be. But now we have ourselves a little smidge of some reflected light there. Now, what's going on up here? We're just going to start to change this around here. Change that around. Let me see if we can't maybe do some sort of a... do we want to use the... Well, I wish I had the fluorescent blue out here. No, we won't. We'll just use what we have here. Let's use the Prussian blue. We're just going to start to darken up some areas here. A little bit of that blue escape out towards the sides. When in doubt, make things darker. So we're darkening this up first. Then maybe we do some kind of lightning or whatever. I don't know. Some kind of swirling energy, whatever thing here, perhaps. turquoise, some green. Oh, let's see, popped. Oh, let's see. The only thing I found with DM stat. It's funny, Pop Tart guy. You preempted my question. That was the question I was literally just about to ask you. Ask it a lot, and Loot Studio is pretty good there with their supports, but okay, now I know that there's a little bit. Just don't use them. Now, of course, there's now it might have changed, but there's a few of the Lord of the Rings folks that I do their stuff, and I just have to basically kill the supports and do my own because their supports ain't going to work, unfortunately, not at all. All right, well, let's see if we can't fire in again. A little bit of the lighter blue here. Turquoise, blue, whatever. This is by no means the lightest. You can certainly get a lot lighter than this, but I'm just going to do a little bit here, and then I think we have to let that set work somewhere else. Just like the fire over here. Now, if we're going to do that, don't forget there's a whole sail right over here. Wholesale. Yeah, here's a sail that's wholesale. We're going to hit that before we forget. This is actually wet pre-glaze on here, believe it or not. Would that continue over to here? I think it would continue over to there too. So lighten that up a little more, perhaps a bit more of the turquoise. I don't know. Let's see what happens with that. So Valfera, not sure if you had to take off or not. If I missed you, sorry about that. But thanks as always for hanging out. I know it's getting to be late for you there. So hopefully we will see you on Thursday again. I don't know if it's going to be a miniature or if it'll be a 2D painting. Pretty good chance it's going to be a miniature because, well, Adepticon is getting closer and we're being, let's just, a lot of people want stuff painted. So we're going to, I guess, have to start doing some of that. We might be painting the Victoria miniature this Thursday, in fact. That might be what we work on. I don't know if it'll be the small one or the giant one. Might just be the small. If it's the small one, then maybe I can also have something else going on. All right, I'm gonna go with this for right now here. Now let me see if I can't. Do I want to generate? No, I don't want to generate internal thing. Or do we? Maybe we might just fool around with that here. Let me try something here. Let me give something a try. I'm gonna grab the phthalo green and some of the Prussian blue here. And maybe we will just generate a little bit of greenishness here. Just for whatever reason, don't know why. Yeah, just a little something there. Do I have a brush that I can use to throw some light on here? Oh, what the heck? We'll just clean this thing out and try and use this one with some turquoise in it. Turquoise there. I don't know if you could see that. I mean, it's nothing earth-shattering there. Just trying to get a little bit of lighter turquoise underneath there. That's better. Okay. Let's see, their supports are pretty good. Now they switched to a Liche Slicer. Well, boy, it's been a long time since I printed any Loot Studio stuff. You know, I might have tried to print one of their 75s. Maybe that's where the supports were a little bit more of a bugger right there. I don't know. But it's been a while again since I've had a chance to print any Loot Studio stuff. And nope, I'm gonna go back. Gonna go back to this. Again, you can see where my hand is on this brush, right? It is nowhere near the tip. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. That is the way. That is the way. If you want to be able to get that light touch on the brush, that light touch on the miniature, it's going to be really important that you not have the death grip on the brush. How am I supposed to get that brush in there anyways? If I'm doing this, I can't do it. Can't do it at all. Get a bit more of my light on the top edge of this. And then we'll just try and, once we get this worked up pretty well, we'll glue that fourth sail in there. We'll get that mizzen mast on there. This looks very light. This is actually not the lightest color that we can be using here. We can still go lighter than this. We always try and keep that one ace in the hole, right? We try to keep that in our pocket long as we can instead of being hasty and just expending that ace too quickly. Back to the couple little highlight edges along whatever this is. Again, there, you're not going to see much of it. There's a sail that's going right there. In that video that I was filming last night, there was a lot of discussion about, okay, is this really worth it? Like all those buildings reflected in the armor of the horse, is it worth it? Is that something you want to do potentially 20, 30 times? And that's what you're going to have to decide, is that something you want to do. And maybe it's not. Maybe only do that on just a few select miniatures. Right, now I'm going to see if I can't maybe get some lighter things happening here. What I'll do is I'll let that set there. I don't know. 20 minutes from now, come back with a blending brush perhaps. And try and maybe smooth some edges, gather some colors together. I'm going to go over here to some of this green. Maybe something that's a little bit warmer green. Ah, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. So, let me see what I can do here for the roof there. Maybe we'll go with this greenish color. Or did I maybe want to go with the brown mandarin? I don't know. I'm going to stick with this for right now. We'll see if that works. Lots of almost like a siege mortars here on the Salamander ship. Again, this is the new Armada Fleet here. This is the Salamanders, basically your lizard men. Yes, it's a Chinese junk, basically, but it's for lizards. Yes, that would be your lizard men. Don't ask me why not turtle ships. That's what I was expecting to see and hoping to see. But we got these. We'll go with what we have. A little lighter with the, I don't know. Let's just take again some of the yellow mixed with that. So it's a bit of a warmer green there. And we'll just say that maybe those are some kind of roof tiles or something. I don't know. That just happen to have a little bit of green to them. We're going to also come back into this with some darks. We've been going lighter, 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 right? When in doubt, you must have some darks. And we're going to do that now. We are going to add some darks in some places. Here is a bit of a Prussian blue, phthalo green. Maybe even up here too. But I'm looking to, oh, there's that, again, the pearline black Prussian blue now. See if we can strengthen some of these lines here. Yeah, as you're doing some of the pre-glaze stuff and then the dry brush over the top of it, sometimes those areas can get filled in a little bit in these recesses. You could do pin line washes in there, lots of different things. Oh, Dano, you've been trying to print their stuff too? Again, I don't do anything in Liche, so I don't know. Again, I'm not going to get caught up in the... I know there's fans of one, fans of the other, or maybe, I don't know, maybe there are no fans of the other. But I use the one, and that's what I'll just have to keep on using. But I know, folks, there's quite the loyalty of brand loyalty there. That's built up for some. Is this my spin? Yeah, this is the black spinel here. I will thin it down, maybe a bit more, not all the way to a pin line wash, but some of our gun ports here, our gun barrels, they need to some dark on the inside of them, and maybe even also on the guns themselves. And let's do some of the dark down in here. I think these are pretty good. And now just sharpening some of that. That's what we did, the dry brushy type stuff, right? And sometimes that'll fill in a little bit of a space there. We're just trying to bring that back. Down here underneath all this, just going to... So we couldn't really get that too easily before. Now this is probably going to be more of a pin line wash right here. We'll just let that sink down in there. And all that means is we're taking a little bit extra thinner, right? And every color is going to be different as far as what constitutes the consistency of a pin line wash. Generally, your opaque colors, you'll have to add a lot of thinner to do that. Some color, like your phthalo colors, you shouldn't have to use very much at all to get it to be almost a pin line wash right away. Deuce cannot find any Verbon style star forts there. Well, like you say, Deuce, just find the tutorials and make a Deuce fort. There you go. You'll just drop a Deuce on them. All right, let's get to some more of our darks back here. Right along there, get some cooler colors here. Maybe some shadows being cast by the firelight that's coming this way. Oh yeah, Dano, yeah. I gotta look up how to do those because I absolutely love those fan stuff. That is my favorite thing, and I'd never seen them before. I think until maybe what Printing Goes Ever On and RM Printable. They both use the fan style supports. I really, 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 really like those a lot, and I've got to learn how to do those. Obviously, too bad there's no auto setting for those because I would love something that would automatically do that. Wouldn't that be spectacular? That would be incredible. Haven't seen that yet, though. I doubt there is such a thing. Now we'll do the same thing again. I'm just gonna add a drop of thinner right in there. All right, now we certainly have a pin line wash type consistency going now. So Grim, it's going to be really interesting to determine if the reason why we're having success today is because of those settings changes that I made, or like you were saying, you did your stream and everything was hunky dory, to use a really up-to-date saying right there. So I guess the one way to tell will be what happens with Kathy's stream tomorrow. So that might answer some questions. Although as I look over at the CPU thing, it's constantly at 9, 10, 11, 12, whereas before it would have been higher. Yeah, it's down at 11, 13, 10. That's really more where it used to be. I don't know what happened. It's like, why all of a sudden would it not be the same, right? But changing the settings, maybe that actually did something. But yeah, I've got to, I don't even know how to do those. I don't even know what the search parameter would be. Like, how do I do fan supports in Chidu? I don't even know what to look for. Again, I've done only the auto supports. I think I tried adding a support once or twice. It did add something. I don't really know exactly what it added, but it added something. All right, let's do the darks in the barrels again. I think we got those two. We got that one. We just have to get these. So wait a minute. Oh, I didn't do though. I'm thinking like, wait a minute, were none of these on the starboard side? No, I just didn't get the ones on the starboard side. So we'll go back and we'll hit those. Like these guys down, there's a couple of those that somehow I missed. All right, that's better. Somehow I just managed to miss those. Yeah, well, it makes sense, Grim, that Greg would have vids on that. Now, does Greg still make new videos on a regular basis, or because I haven't had a chance to chat with him in a while? I don't know if he's still making those. It seemed like he was really making a lot of those. Yeah, he was really nice. He printed up a bunch of the Hexton Hills hexes. That's another thing that I don't know if I'll paint those on stream because they would need they're gonna need all kinds of flock and everything else. I think we'll just do those in some tutorial videos instead. All right, that's there. That's a little better now. That just went a little wonky. So that does a lot more of the review style things. All right, nope. I gotta be patient. I was just about to go in there to maybe tidy some things up, but nope. We're gonna be patient. We're gonna wait. See, again here, I'm gonna fool around with all this, and there's just gonna be a sail that ends up right in the way here. So I don't know how much more of that we're gonna do. We all have limited amounts of time. How are we going to spend that resource? Time management is a thing. Sure is for miniature painting anyways. Bina, how you doing? Nice to see you. So Bina, I did send Felonious Monk and a couple of other folks some messages just to ask how they fared with all of that. I'll see if there's any answers when I'm done here, but hopefully everybody's all good. Kathy found some crazy video from the Netherlands of a big pile of containers, right? The truck containers toppling over, looking like a giant thing of kids' Legos or something like that. That had to be costly. And hopefully nobody had miniatures inside those. Uh, I'll just see if I can't do a little bit of the line right there. And Bina, oh, I think you saw the new episode, right? Series 30. Well, look at this. I just filmed this last night. This is episode 2 of Series 30. So we got ourselves some fun sky, earth, non-metallic going there. I'll continue to add some of my darks there, and now I am just gonna mess around with this here. I just gotta find a blending brush that doesn't have any paint on there. Let me here's one. There we go. I knew I had one of those. Plus, I've got that. Let's start maybe with the micro blending brush. Let's see what happens with that. There we go. So here, where there's maybe some weird little brush stroke things or whatever, I'm just going to fade some of that together. Okay, it would be fun to have a little bit of the fluorescent green to throw in here. I was actually going to get some fluorescent green powder of the marblers, the new stuff that we found that Megan had sent here. Haven't had a chance to do that just yet. All right. I'm just going to hit this with, if I can find that filbert brush that's got the lighter color on it here. Well, that one's got too much stuff. We'll just use this. The little bit of the green and the violet together here to try and make more of a gray. And then we'll see if we can get this thing glued on here. All right, so we'll just do a little bit there. Find our glue, which is over here. And hopefully this is not too much of a pain here. I mean, we got a big old pin there. So that should be okay. It should be nice and solid. All right. Mast. Let's get you stuck in there. All right, and you can see, well, we're going to enhance some of that lighting a little bit more. But I had to get it in place first. And now you can see why I wasn't doing a whole bunch more over there, right? Because, well, it's blocked now by sale number 4. Let's see. So Bina, now has that just happened in the last, let's see, so it's 9:54 here. As of about 7:45, so about 2 hours ago, I hadn't heard anything had happened. I've been watching it. Now, was it full scale 3 sides, or was it just into like the Donbass and Donetsk, those southern and eastern regions? So yeah, Bina, sorry that all that's going on. Uh, as folks who study a lot of history, right? Yeah, there's a lot of things going on there. A lot of forces at work that you really only know if you have kind of studied that. And I'm not just talking about the last 10, 20, or even 100 years. I mean, you got to go all the way back. So Bina, here's hoping that that doesn't get too out of control. But those things, it's easy to start them. It's really hard to finish them. Now, I don't know if there was a lot of the cyber attack stuff, because that was another thing that was supposed to be happening too. Okay, so all right. I think they had already done that. Well, well, they had declared them independent. That the last I heard, they said, well, there's these independent areas. We're going to go protect them. Which, if anyone is familiar with the term Sudetenland, you know what's coming next. Yeah, this was the Munich moment, I guess you would say. Rooster Rhythm, the 2D art stuff is massively valuable because, oh, let's see, well, it's going to be, I can't really grab my 2D stuff right now. That's kind of underneath some other things, but it is really, really, really valuable. Now, that's why I did some of the 2D art that I did. If you check out the one painting that we did of Sauron and the object source lighting on him, and how that compared to what we do just on ships like this, it really makes a big difference. It just kind of gives you a better understanding of how all that stuff works. So I get the other thing that I'm starting to wonder about, and if you're in Estonia, if you're in Lithuania, because there's a big Lithuanian community here in Chicago, like the Lithuanian Cultural Museum or whatever is, I don't know, within like 5 miles of our house here. And those guys, and also Latvia, they all have to be thinking, how is this going to play out? So again, not sure if any of these sanctions have been imposed because it was kind of like, well, what are you waiting for? Hopefully, maybe those have, although that's going to create its own set of issues too. Oh, we got an issue over here. We got to get some light there. Holy smokes. Well, first, do that just to make sure we don't need to get that any darker. I guess not. I thought we did, but apparently not. I think we're caught up. So yeah, the 2D art stuff really does help a bunch. I mean, we've got here there's some of our older art here, and I don't know if any of the old art has the object source lighting on it, but the different types of contrast, edges, color contrast, all that stuff is really important. Here you can see, especially with pastels, edges are a huge thing because pastels in some ways they're almost like, well, airbrushing, right? Because of the chalk. And now here, this is what I was thinking of maybe doing as a first spacescape, just because that would be very fun. Now, of course, that was one that I did when I was just a wee lad of 13, had no idea what the heck I was doing. Seriously, no clue whatsoever. Now, I guess actually, Bina, is the Skoda Works still there? I don't know if the Skoda Works is still there because that was a bit of a prize back in the day. The old Skoda Works, not to be confused with what was that Churchill Skunk Works or something like that, where he had the guys. What was it called? Churchill's Toy Shop or something like that, where they made all the crazy, wacky weaponry. All right, now here we're going to get some of that darker. There we go. Some of the darker orange now. You can almost start to think about dry brushing some of that over the top. Well, it's not going to be terribly dry because that paint's kind of wet, but we can do a little bit of it here. Oh, thanks, Rooster. Yeah, if again, I wish I could show you some. I've got a whole bunch of actually miniatures sitting on top of those. But you can, I think we've saved all of those as highlights. There's also a couple of them on the YouTube channel, and we're constantly talking about composition and edge control, all those kind of things. What was the one that we did with Osgiliath, where it was a really, really, really compressed color range? There was not the usual kind of saturated stuff on that one. Again, we're gonna darken this down. We might hit that a little bit more. Ooh, we're gonna get some. There's some areas we need to do with some light here. Let's switch this around real quick here. So back to some of that, and that is supposed to be an elemental there. So, poof. Blammo, there we go. Again, opaque colors there. Doing the job. Ah, they're still there and part of the Volkswagen group. So Rooster Rhythm, we used to do 2D art exclusively. That's what I did 20 years ago. Just the short version is that 9/11 was to us what the last 2 years has been to a lot of other businesses. It just wiped that 2D art business out, just took it out completely. And that's when we started painting miniatures. And there is definitely, well, just put it this way, it's a lot easier to survive as a miniature painter than it is as a 2D artist. I miss the 2D stuff. I really like it. The only reason I've even had a chance to give it a shot again is just because of Twitch. Yeah, otherwise, probably never would have painted 2D stuff again. Yeah, it's not that we don't like it. It's just well, you gotta go with what keeps the lights on, right? So we gave it a shot for a while, but there's only so much stream time, and that's had to go towards the miniatures as usual. That's again the usual thing we're gonna stream. I've actually filmed several 2D art tutorials. Some of them are on the YouTube page, some of them are on the Patreon page. Yeah, JP, we were saying earlier that the Armada guys, they're not really big into safety on board ship. Yeah, they're a lot of wood and lots of fire. And I guess this is a fire elemental also. So, if this guy gets a little bit cranky, you never quite know what's going to happen, do you? Never quite know how that's going to turn out with having a fire elemental. And of course, quite so close to all the sails. Yeah, he's a little bit close to some of the sail, isn't he? Well, then you got this this thing back here too. All kinds of crazy things happening on this ship. And we're gonna try and move some of these brushes out of the line of sight there. Because I think the Skoda Works, even in the late 1930s, had 40,000 employees or something working there. Well, it was sort of the armaments factory of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so that's strange to think that's where their munitions were being made, is all the way over there. Getting a couple little touches of our light down this way. So yeah, I guess they got themselves a fire elemental who's I don't know, maybe he's not quite so voluntarily he's not into this very much, and he's just he's kind of angry. But then all of the other ships, they got their fiery stuff going on too. I don't know, maybe the elves have been around for a while. They just keep the fire on their sails. They're like, yeah, we'll just paint some fire on our sails and not have actual fire on our ships because maybe that's safer. Maybe that's a little bit safer. All right, let's see if we can do some of the more of the yellow out here. Yeah, well, let's see. I just remember when I first started playing bolt action, And the people that I played it with, yeah, they used World of Tanks as a history text. So they were quite surprised when we were playing basically your 1940 era, and we're talking summer 1940. They weren't getting Tiger 2s and Ferdinands. Yeah, it's like, here's a T-34, or no, I'm sorry, here's a 35T, here's a 38T. Those are your main tanks. They're like, what the heck is this? I'm like, well, what do you think Rommel was cruising around in? He was cruising around in a 38T, made in Czechoslovakia. Catching a couple more of our light colors here. Now that that's had a little chance to set, sure enough, see, that was not going to stick there half an hour, 40 minutes ago or so. Now, I don't want to go too nuts with this. I might, oh boy, I don't know, I might throw a little bit of the yellow out there on some of our waves. Also, might have to get our little line around the outer edge there too. Just I think that might be helpful. Something like that. Not too much down there, right? Because not sure how that's actually going to get down there. Couple more of our lighter shots of yellow again and some of the crevices there. Hey, Bitron, how you doing? Nice to see you. All right, yeah, let's. I'm just gonna get out some of this, just a little bit of the black primer. Hit some of the edges there. It doesn't have to be a lot, but I just need to know where we're at value-wise on this, and there's only one way to tell. Only one way to tell. I'm not going to take away the my blue tack right there because this ship it's heavy. This is a very, very heavy ship, and I don't want it falling off of here because I have to obviously turn it over quite often to be able to get at some of the undersides of places here. All right, so I think we're pretty good. I might still try to get some darker Prussian blue down in there, or indigo, one of those two things. Doing some more buildings. Okay. Oh, more back here. Yeah, I wish I could peel some of that away, but if I do, if I do, that's going to create a problem. A little instability there. It's not going to be held down quite so tightly. That's something I needed to know. There we go. That works a little better now. And I think I'm just so tempted to squeeze in somehow a little bit of my dark. Where is this brush? What's on it? Oof, we got orange on there. We're going to have to get rid of that. We will get rid of that. Can grab some, maybe an indigo and some Prussian blue. Bithron, well, glad that you're. So how is it getting back into the BattleTech scene now after the ogre interlude? Oh, there we go. Just a little bit of our dark right in there. I don't want to lose completely. If I just make it all dark in there, that's going to be a little too much. Almost trying to make it where again, the waves are almost cast in their own shadows here. But you can see I'm kind of using that new dark edge here. Kind of extending that darker edge out a little bit. So there we go. All right, that's don't want to do too much more with the darker color there. Now back to the Prussian blue here. And we're going to see if we can't darken down a couple of things So it's a little bit easier to see this than I thought it was going to be. We also had to get some lights over here too. But now also some bluish shadows. Maybe that was a little more than I wanted. No big deal.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky what we've got here. We got 1,000 Young joining the party. Joining the party at sea. So 1,000 Young, how are you doing? Where's our proper traditional greeting for 1,000 Young? Yes, keeping our eye on you at all times. Yes, indeed. So 1,000 Young, thank you so much for the raid. If everybody could please give 1,000 Young a follow, that would be sensational. Because, you know, Twitch, that's what we do. We help support each other. Bina, yeah, initially, well, people have actually asked about purchasing these. More than one person has, but I've only got this set here, obviously, you know, the ships that were sent here, and I thought it could be interesting. Maybe I could make some battle reports out of them. So I think we'll hang on to them and see if we can't maybe make some battle reports out of them. Yeah, don't know when that would happen because my focus is going to be on obviously the Lord of the Rings stuff, and haven't actually even played any kind of game of this at all. It's just going to be me versus me as always, but I have not had a chance to do that yet. I will try to catch some more of the videos that I see on YouTube, see if I can't get a better handle on the game, just with the fleets that I've got, of course. Here, we're going to darken that down. Now we'll start to get some lights here on the interior sails as well. So 1,000 Young, if you wanted to post a nice little link there to all the fantastic stuff that you've been working on, both on stream and off, into the chat, that would be fantastic. And Deuce, thank you so much, because we could use some of this right now. Thank you so much. So Deuce, a lot of folks like Drax, well, Armored Wolf, the people who know me, they all just wonder, is anything going to actually happen in the game? Because, well, let's just say that I have a penchant for rolling the ones, like a lot, and people just wonder, is he just going to miss on every single shot and nothing's going to happen? It'll be 2 hours of nothing happens because it's just 2 hours of Jim rolling ones. And you think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? Armored Wolf he's here. You just ask Armored Wolf. He will tell you. And ask Kathy, if you want any kind of eyewitnesses to the rather catastrophic nature of my dice rolling, you just ask those two folks, and they'll let you know that that is no fiction right there. That is not an embellishment. So again, if everybody could please give 1,000 Young a follow, that would be fantastic. So 1,000 Young, hopefully you made yourself lots of good progress today on your stream. And like I said, I know you've got tons of pictures of things you've been working on your on your Instagram there. Ooh, you know what I should do? I should probably try and get some of that lighter color out here too. We'll do that. Especially when it comes to this here. Oh, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Try and get a little bit more of our turquoise onto that. It's going to be a loaded blending brush. Yeah. There's a little bit of paint down there, so we'll just use it as a loaded blending brush. And here we're actually going to maybe get a little of our blue-ish light going that way. Let's go the other way now. Finding ourselves that filbert over here. Getting into some of this violet again. I'm just gonna use that to get rid of some of the excess paint. So some armored and mounted undead. That's really fantastic there, Thousand Young. So yeah, definitely toss some links in the chat so people can check that out. And we're just trying to find ourselves some lighter colors here on this side of the sail. Not a bunch, just something. Just to let us know there's a little value there. And then up here, we'll do the same. Like so. Not too much. Not too much. There we go. Haven't really... Well, we did hit that sail a little bit before we stuck it on there. These sails are awful thick. The resin on these things really, really thick on the sails. It's something you have to kind of deal with. I don't know if there's some critical hits. There's critical damage. I don't know if there's critical fails. That I don't think so. Now maybe there is. You know, if you fail something, you run out of ammo, or if you have a fire weapon thing or something like that, and you have a critical failure, maybe that also runs out of whatever. The only two fleets that I've seen, three fleets basically, and they were very, very brief instances of getting to watch some battle reports. The Empire of Dust, ironically. There were some of the orc ships, and then there was one that had the Basilean ships, but I don't think I've seen the dwarf ones. Have not seen the Twilight Kin, although I think there are some battle reports that have the Twilight Kin in them. You know what? I'm gonna go over here to the... I almost said Radiant Lemon, but nope, that's the Brilliant Yellow Pale. Gonna see if I can get some lighter stuff going on the spars here. Just for the heck of it. So we can make the spar... Well, we can make those spars lighter. Wow, yeah, we can. Okay, I'm just, for whatever reason, I'm just gonna go with the lighter color on the spars here. And again, my hand is closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. That is so important. You want to have the paint actually stick to areas. You are going to have have a light brush. Look at this. Look where my hand is. Look at the end of the brush is. Look where the front of the brush is. Yes, it is that far away from the front of the brush. And it's very solid too, because my arms are resting on that padded rest, right? The thing you normally use for your wrists by a keyboard. That keeps the arms stationary, and then basically one hand is resting on the other hand. So I could just be like this all day long, no problem. It also cuts down on the fatigue a lot. And I mean, it cuts down a lot on the fatigue. All right, there we go. A couple extra little bits of light on that part of the sail. Maybe some light here that's not from this item. I will get a little bit lighter right along the edge of that sail. Might also put some more dark shadows on them too, possibly. Well, Grim, okay, thanks for the heads up there, Grim. And there, please go check out that link that Thousand Young just posted there. Again, Thousand Young does some really amazing digital sculpting. Really fantastic. Here, let's get some of this. Might throw in, let me see what happens if I do this right here. Yeah, let's do that. That same later color, just gonna try and get a couple of these small. That's part of the, well, I don't know if you would really call these a gaff rig. It's not quite the same. It's sort of like a gaff rig, but not quite like that. Gonna get more of the violet in there. So that's the radiant violet. Some of the brilliant yellow pale too. And now, of course, the lighter these get, that is going to look less like, and believe it or not, speaking of light, we can make that lighter. That is by no means the lightest light that we can put there. I am just trying to let that paint set as much as possible. Any other further color that I add to it right now is going to have to be probably really thin, because the color that we stuck over there earlier was really thick. Some of the thickest paint we've put on this thing. Again, you must have that balance of the thick versus the thin. Continue to add maybe some of these lights along the edge of the sail there. I don't know. I'm sure as soon as we paint the last ship, we'll know exactly how to paint every single Lizardman ship, and there won't be any more to paint, because that's kind of how an Hermie project goes, I suppose. You know exactly how to finish it off once it's done. So that's got a little bit of a pinkishness there. Try and lighten up a couple edges of this, not necessarily with the same green that we have used. I don't know, maybe that's a little too much here. Just lighten the top of that. And again, we'll try and find some lighter areas back in here. Not too much. It's a recess there. It's well in the shadow area of a couple of sails, not just one, but a few. So I don't think we're going to really focus too much on that. I think we're all caught up. Yes, we are all caught up. And Dano, if you want to throw your the link to your very nifty sculpt too, don't want to forget about Dano. And of course, please check out the Discord that Grim very kindly set up. That's a lot of conversation about the oils there. There's also a 3D printing chatter in there too, I believe. So lots of questions answered about the oils, a place to show off your stuff. Yeah, we can catch Grim. He'll be streaming on Wednesday, so be sure to follow Grim. Hey, Francis, nice to see you again. It's been a little while. Hopefully things are going really well. We are starting another Armada Fleet. Actually, we're pretty far along with the elves. There's really just a couple of those, I don't know if they're really support ships. I think that's what they call the tiniest of the ships. We have a couple of stands of those, and then there's one other on the small side ships to do. No, two more. Well, kind of a mid-sized one, and then another pretty small one to do. Can you ask? So Francis, the only time I use the acrylic paint is when there's basically a time issue or a deadline issue. So if it was something that absolutely had to be packed up and sent in the mail tomorrow, well, that would be acrylics. Now, this was a thing that I had to do in acrylics because it had to be absolutely dry to take pictures. I would have much rather preferred to paint this in oils. It would have taken half the time. It would have turned out better, but I had to do what I had to do. and that was done in acrylics. They're just, from a practical standpoint, for me, they're borderline useless now. They borderline are useless. Outside of the fact that if I need it to be dry in 10 seconds, it can be dry in 10 seconds. That is pretty much the only advantage now for the acrylics left. Everything else is all in favor of the oils. As far as luminosity, the darks are darker. The oils cut down massively on the painting time, and they're also more durable. Well, they're cheaper too. A whole lot cheaper than the acrylic paints. So yeah, the acrylics are pretty much relegated to, well, if I really need to have this done whenever, like, or have it ready to send or something like that, then we'll use the acrylics. Because the freehand's so much easier with the oils. I mean, this is just so much easier to do this because, again, if you need to reposition something, you can do that in a heartbeat. And we've done lots and lots of the freehand with the oils. I mean, gee, was all of our Easterlings, all that freehand, all done with the oils. So much easier, my goodness. It's pretty unbelievable. So Heisentoad, nothing complex about that. Where's the, I had, anyway. There it is. So just some high quality odorless thinner. Now, when I first started, I had the MIG ammo odorless thinner, but obviously being in the US, this is way easier to get, way faster to get, and it's pretty darn cheap too. So, and it's just a tiny bit of that. This is all it is, just a little, it's a water bottle cap. And that's essentially days worth of thinner right there. We are not using very much. Do not need lots of thinner. What I do need here now is to get some of my lightest lights over here. So we're going to do that now that the mast is there and in place. Let's see if I can get the top edges of these. I'll just say that those are roof tiles. Not sure if that's what they are. An Eisentoad, yeah, well, to wash my hands, I'll just use dish soap. To clean out the brushes, we'll use this. But the nice thing is, see, it's also for dried acrylic and oil paints. And it's got no vapor, nothing, I mean, you don't want to drink it, but it's definitely not some super toxic type thing or whatever. And again, for cleaning your hands, just some dish soap, that's all it should take. It just takes me literally a few seconds to get rid of even piles of oil paint that are on my hands. Now, a lot of this stuff that you're seeing on my hands, that's not paint. That is actually basically some rubber seal material that I was spraying on a gutter earlier today. And because, of course, it's windy, it just got, well, airborne and went all over me. All over my face, apparently, too. That I was not expecting. There are a couple little lights here now on the gun barrel. Just about good there. I don't know how much later I want to get over here, especially since the sail is in the way and it sort of covers all that. Yeah, Dano, the shampoo, it's kind of designed to cut through some grease too, isn't it? But yeah, just simple Dawn dishwashing soap. That's all I use. I don't use any kind of harsh cleaners on my hands or anything like that. Heck, you could use the Dawn dishwashing soap on your brushes. I swear, I'm almost tempted to just start using that instead of the brush cleaner in case I just start running out of it. I might just use the Dawn dish soap for cleaning the brushes. Now, of course, getting that soap out of there, you'll have to do that, but so yeah, Grim, Boy, there is seldom a day where it is not. And I've told you the stories, right? I'll never forget Kathy's family here. All we were going to do was just walk a couple of blocks in one direction, and this was in October. We're not talking about January or February. They're like, can we just drive there? Because it was one of those 35-mile-an-hour winds that you're walking straight into. Man, it wasn't like it was super cold. It was only in the 40s, maybe in the low 40s. Nah, maybe it was upper 30s, low 40s, something like that. Oh, now, and here, do I need to go darker or lighter? You know, I think because our elemental's got his hand way out there, we might try to sneak in a little bit more of our orange out here. I don't know. Let's see what happens with it. If I don't think it works there, we can certainly change it. There's going to be a bunch of areas here too where I start to almost swap out some of the yellow for orange, because this paint that would not stick here probably an hour ago, well, that's sticking really good right now. Oh yeah, it's just like Grim. It's the, walking uphill both ways to school. Here it's you're walking in the wind both ways, which you think I'm joking. Yeah, I know some people say, well, you just lean into it. Yeah, well, you can lean into it if you want, because if you lean into it, the wind is going to change directions and you'll just get blown over. All right, there's a little bit more of our orange there. Let's can't carry this further aft. Not too much further. Like I said, around midships is probably the limit of where I want to go with that. Not too much beyond that. Again, if I have to cut down on some of it, if I feel like it's too much in a given area, we can do that. See, so tempted to carry that further, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to stop. And we'll just continue to add our orange up here. Now, we talked about some really, really, really insane light colors down in there. Probably just maybe straight up brilliant yellow pale. I don't know, either that or white with a little hint of the fluorescent yellow, maybe. Something like that. So Punishment did walk both ways uphill in the snow. And there was a bridge over the railroad tracks, and clearly that had a bit of a peak to it. A little bit of a peak and a summit. And it must have been windy on that bridge, right, Punishment? So Rise of Mages, I hope that, now that you've had your new painting area for a while, would you say that, obviously it was work to set up a new area, but do you like your new painting area better than maybe the old one that you had? Because sometimes there's nothing like a new painting area. I mean, well, I've had to set those up before. I've had to move my painting area more than once over the last 20 years. So, actually, over the last 25 years, it's been moved. Sometimes not necessarily quite as fun as you would want it to be, but I never really had one. Okay. Well, here There are so many work areas. My goodness, there's about 8 different work areas set up here in the house for various things. There are far more work areas than there are living areas. Well, technically now even the kitchen is a work area again. Oh, you set up your 3D printer and it made the trip. Okay, that's good. Well, hopefully your test print came out fantastic and you were able to lock in all of your settings immediately and no need for extra hassle trying to figure all that out. Because it can be an adventure sometimes getting those settings. That's, I'm sure, what's headed my way with the Mono X. Because it's not just the resin that you're using, it can just be the climate that it's in. So hopefully you got yourself a nice kind of out of the way area that's not too difficult to maintain some warmth there. Now I think I did want to get a little bit of my lighter orange there too, yeah. Do I want to extend a little bit of the orange? Nah, that's too light. That is too light. I'm gonna go back a step there to some of the cadmium scarlet. Yeah, that's about as light as I'm gonna want any of that to be potentially. Not a whole bunch here. I mean, we're kind of also we're fudging things a little bit. Again, it's a giant fire raging on the front of a ship, and somehow it's going that way instead of this way. So we've got some. We have to have our reality suspenders on here. And I'm not really the person to have reality suspenders, but sometimes you just gotta put those things on. Yeah, strap on those reality suspenders. Yep, never did get the light color here on that band. This one too. All right, so I think we're really starting to get that feel of the light reflecting this way. And what I'm doing now is a lot of, I don't want to say replacing the yellow with the orange, but we're supplementing the yellow now with the orange, because at first didn't matter how thin or thick it was just not going to stick there. But now I think we've gotten to the point where it will. So now I can start to make some smaller adjustment. Yeah, Bitsron, you just have to say it's magical, right? It's just magic. How is that possible? It's magic. It's all magic, that's all. All right, we got actually a little bit of the Egyptian violet mixed with the Fanchon red. Might be a little too much, so I'm going to back off of that again, and I'm going to go more Fanchon red, a little less of the Egyptian violet there. It looks like Kathy's heading off to bed. Nope, that's going to be too dark still. So lighten this up a little bit. Oh, there she is. She's got a Sambo now. She's got the dog, and the dog says good night. Oh, the new one? And that came out yesterday? Or is it? So Total Warhammer 3. Playing Ogre. Oh, that's right. Kathy's Ogre Army. Yes. Because Kathy wants ogres. So did he conquer and destroy everything, or was he wiped out? Or did he have nothing but Noblars? Ah, okay. Ah, okay. I guess something to watch tomorrow, too. Everybody says goodnight, Kathy. Hey, Doordocs. Actually, speaking of, gosh, what am I trying? Oh, Highland Miniatures. Their current release is ogres. Yes, ogres, with sort of an Araby theme. Which I actually have some build plates made of those, so I can print them out actually for Kathy. So Doordocs, if the things weren't quite so close, I like to do that actually. Sometimes is bounce some things around like that. Now here, we did that sort of a little bit with Galadriel. Some of that happened there, but especially, let me see if we've got. Well, you can see it's more the water that's reflecting on the ship there. I'm trying to see. No, that's not it. Ah, there we go. Well, what's happening is the fire is really going to cast a shadow. So I'm looking for this one right here. So now there was a little bit on that one where there were times where the fire would bounce off of something, especially if it's a metal surface. Now, obviously, the cloth maybe not going to do that quite so much. I think we might have done that here too. Yeah, we might have done that there where you had basically the light shines on something and it bounces back onto the metal. And now what about this one here? Let me check this one out here. So here, this was another case, yeah, where there was sometimes the object source lighting would, especially on metal, again, would bounce back onto something. Now this, I think there wasn't, no, we just let it cast a shadow there. Yeah, we mostly let that cast a shadow. And let me see if we've got another situation with some of our object source lighting here. Now this is another one of our tutorial videos from the Patreon page. Here, maybe the ground, it bounces off the ground and goes up and affects the character a little bit more.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
And thank you so much, Dordox. I appreciate that follow. He says, so first thing, still too small. Second, it's on fire, and I got issues with Balrogs. So thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. All right, JP, I really sympathize. I really sympathize with that desire for shut-eye. Believe me, this was way too early of a wake-up call today. Way too much. And Doordocs, of course, like we were saying earlier, you can try and engineer as much believability as you can. You try to, right? Just a little bit of, well, okay, this is really what it should look like. But ultimately, you got this back here too. I mean, we've got multiple glowing things that are happening. Now, let me see. What about... again, that's the same thing here, right? It's that balance of the cool colors that are very grayed down versus those warm, saturated colors. But it also kind of goes in reverse because... Well, on Schmandorf here, right? You've got the warm, muted colors, and then you've got the cooler, but very much more dramatic colors here that are really intense. So catch you later there, JP. And yeah, the Gandalf is now the Hobbits. Big surprise, they're not as choosy. As long as there's a good cuisine on board, I think that's really all they're worried about is the cuisine. So yeah, Dordox, it's always kind of a bit of a balancing act, wouldn't you say? Where you do is you try and make things as real as you can, but still translate the effect. I mean, even here too, right? When it comes to our T-3485, he's like, "What are you doing back there?" It's like, "What? Me? Nothing at all. Nothing's going on back here." He says, "I smell vodka and burning." It's like, wait, why would I be wasting vodka? I certainly wouldn't stick a cloth in a bottle and set that on fire. It's like, please stop this ride. He's going to kill us all. So there's, oh, that was very fun. Can't resist breaking out ye old tank riders there once in a while. It's just too fun. All right, maybe we're gonna couple of darks right in there. Yeah, such as we can. Now that looks like that was either an area that either broke off or never did cast. So again, these are from Mantic's new Armada game. And speaking of new, this is the newest fleet, right? This just hit the shelves, whatever you want to call it, was just released, whatever they say. Let's keep going with a little bit more of our darker red just on the edge. Don't want to do this too much. Don't want to do too much of that, but I think it needs just a little bit anyway. And then the other thing too is if it gets too busy, if it gets too complex, because we want to get everything in there, that also it just creates such a visual frenzy. Nothing translates. There's times where you say, boy, it really needs to be there, but my goodness, if I put that there, it'll look more weird with it than it does without it. So sometimes it's a balancing act. Well, that's where the oils are really handy, right? Because if we don't like something, we can just wipe it away. We can just get rid of that and start up again. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more here with the some of the darker red, but just a little bit. It's as much to soften up some of the oranges that we put there as anything else. Do I want to come back in here and add possibly something in between those areas? Maybe we'll go with that. Wow, this is an interesting greenish gray because that's got all that red in it, and I just mixed it with the radiant green. I'm going to try it here and see what happens. That is a very interesting gray. Seriously, it was Fanchon red that mixed in with the phthalo green and the radiant green. Whatever, we'll use it. I don't care. And you can see just how wrapped up we get about those little things. Not gonna sweat it. I am gonna see if I can't get a little bit of that grayish coat right there. Boy, can I get some more here? Because again, once it's out of the firelight, that's why this is a cooler color here too. Right, because it's pointed towards the sea. So again, that is a cooler color instead. That should probably have a little reflected light on it as well. Lighten this up a little more, maybe a little bit more of our greenish gray color here. And see here, if I put too much of that in there, it's not going to look like a shadow area. Thanks, Bitron. I know it's been a while since we've had a chance to do a clip on one of the on our tank riders there, so much appreciated. I think it's been quite a while. Again, just trying to, because we got all the water churned up there, trying to reflect that on that very nearby area of the hull. Oh, we'll do some of that over here too. Okay. Yeah, there. Thanks, Bitron. Always appreciate that. Now, it'd be interesting, a little story with all of our tank riders or something like that that kind of develops. All right, let's keep going with our warmer green now. Wow, that's really gonna almost be like a dingy gray because that red also is getting in there. But I don't care. I'm gonna see what happens now. I'm going to add some of that to these. These are because they should get some light. We don't have the sails directly above these like we do on the port side, so. And let's hit some of our green. Again, on this side especially. Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you. So Doji, yeah, this is the first of the Salamander ships. This is the biggest ship. But fortunately, some of the other ones still have the flamey things, so we'll be able to do more of the glowy, lizardy stuff on some more ships. Hopefully the painting goes well. Ooh, and look at this. So I think you saw that Series 30 is underway. Well, this is episode 2. So this is the first, the color test figure, right? We had a blast with this. Really enjoyed the heck out of that. And of course, well, here, let me just grab something here. See if I can do this, if it's dry enough. Put that off to the side there. And this was, did we paint this last Thursday? Yeah, I think we painted this last Thursday here. So again, more of our object source lighting, right? We're going to welcome in Mafi. Mafi, how are you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. Hopefully you're not stuck behind an ad wall right now. I know that can happen. If everyone could please give Mafi a follow, that would be fantastic. So Mafi, look at this. This is another one of our Armada ships here. Let me just get some of this out of the way here. This is the new Salamander Fleet, so your lizard men. And we've been having a blast reflecting the light even onto the water right there. Right, so this has really been a blast. I'm glad that you're doing well. Glad that you're doing well. And so Mafia, well, hey, what were you working on your stream? And of course, the usual, right? If you have a Instagram or Discord link or anything like that you want to share in the chat so people can look at what you did or have been working on, that would be great. That would be fantastic. I'm doing a live reading of Homestuck. So apparently, as I look at this, it is I guess it's an elemental. Yeah, it's a fire elemental of some kind. Now the other ones look a little bit more, well, like this. Although, yeah. So their other ones basically have something like this on there, but apparently that's a fire elemental with hands or something. It's pretty crazy, right? Some pretty crazy stuff there. Yeah, that's why I thought it was just random flame for the first, well, I don't know, hour and a half that I was painting it, and then I went, oh, okay, that's actually not just a random flame because I see what looks like eyes, and I see what also looks like hands. And now the other ships don't have that, but this one does, which is pretty hilarious, I have to say. Oh, thanks, Mafia. Yeah, we were just showing another sort of a recent object source lighting thing. We painted this on Thursday here. This is a 3D printed piece from clay cyanide, so you can really see the difference between those cooler grays, the bluish, and then all of the warm colors in there. Thanks so much. Yeah, that's almost ready for some of our Army Painter Anti-Shine. Oh, speaking of Army Painter. Oh, thanks, Muffy. It's that's actually a bit from Green Stuff World. Well, the base, the texture is the texture roller, but yeah, that is basically a resin cast bit from Green Stuff World, and I have to I'm either gonna have to sculpt a bunch of those and just cast them, or sculpt those and get a 3D scanner and then just turn those into STL files or something like that, so that I can do more of that. Here's that cooler green. So I guess the Army Painter, what is that stuff called? Whatever their not contrast paints are, I guess those reactivate, which is most unfortunate. And I guess people are finding this out the hard way. So I don't know if anybody's used those or bought those, but in case you don't know, and I was just about to bring this up right here. So, and I found this out with the Green Stuff World Intensity inks. If you brush this over them, well, any kind of wet paint is going to activate those. So yeah, I brushed this over the P3 inks do the same thing. If you brush over something, they will reactivate. So yeah, not sure that Army Painter maybe tested that all the way through. But they wouldn't be the first ones to have that happen to them. I'm guessing they probably won't be the last. But yeah, that's something that I just heard today. So I know that Goobertown was all big into those. I wonder if he's still big into those. Demon Allen, hey, nice to see you back. I hope that you've been doing good since the last time we had a chance to chat. So yeah, that was something that I just heard maybe in 20 minutes before I started the stream. And I was just saying, ooh, well, it doesn't matter. It's not like I was going to be using those, but I know that there's been lots of buzz about those. Not sure that's part of the buzz, though. That's more like a buzz kill. So just in case you got those and you maybe haven't opened them up yet, and the idea of those paints reactivating is not thrilling for you, well, something to consider. Maffy, let's see. The only, well, I guess if they sent the dwarves, maybe the dwarves, but we're pretty much committed to on all the other fleets of doing the non-metallic approach. So yeah, on the, but however, check this out. So inspired by that color scheme, then we did. This was on last Saturday or the Saturday before. We painted these are Kurzlook elves that we printed out, but that's actually gold true metallic there. But I was just kind of, I saw this color scheme and it was kind of neat. So I actually did a little bit of that on the elves here. Actually, the sail, or not the sail, the flag, the banner here, that's actually done with metallics. That's the metallic oil paints that we basically made ourselves. Rise of Mages, the only Army Painter stuff I ever really used was the anti-shine. That's about it. Now, there was points where we used the strong tone. It was just like one or two of them or whatever, mostly on terrain. Kathy, I know, used them for a little bit, but that whole idea that they reactivate, that's no bueno right there. That's not a cool thing, and I'm not sure who found that out the hard way, but whoever found out, that the word is getting out. We'll put it that way. Yeah, there's folks are not going to be super happy about that. And just like we try to throw out the warning about Abteilung and that sort of stuff, it's like, okay, I mean, that's great, you got it, but just realize this is something that can happen with that particular paint. So yeah, as much as we don't want to disappoint folks, we're also trying to prevent additional disappointment. Whoa, you know what, we can't, I think I will see if I can't add on the tops. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. On the tops of these guys here, we'll add our lighter tones up there. And we'll do this. I already pretty much did that over here. I don't know if I want to do too much more. All right, then this up here, I've got to see if I can. Boy, I really would love to get the ye old fluorescent blue or fluorescent green out for that, but we'll go with what we've got here instead. All right, Happy Heretic, you have a good one. Well, Demon Allen, I'm glad that you've been enjoying the oils. Now, actually, Demon Allen, if you have Instagram link or whatever, or Discord link or something like that to maybe some of the
Hello,
stuff you
little
painted with
hobbits.
oils,
Spark my ganja.
and maybe you could post that in the chat so people could see what you're doing with the oils. Of course, obviously, Grimm's got the Discord group there too. So Keku TV, thank you so much. Okay, again, it's got a bow rug on the front of it. A very tiny bow rug, I might add. Yes, see, I just did that. It's like, I'll still rip off your arms. So yeah, the Army Painter stuff never really was super spectacular when it came to the paint side, was it? Never really was nifty stuff. And I don't know if I've ever used any regular Army Painter stuff. I've only used, like I said, maybe a few of the strong tones. Ah, yeah, Doshi, it really is, right? It really is. And again, oh, thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Like I said, Army Painter Series 30. Episode 1 was posted to the Patreon page right before I started streaming here. And I have finished the second episode of that series. And we've got another Dark Sword miniature that's going to go up onto the Patreon page in a few days. Now it's time to get the lighter, like right next to where this thing is here. Just a smidge more light right there. So Demon Allen, we've painted tons of busts here with the oils. I mean, of all kinds. We painted some of the Blackheart Models ones. We did 5 of these Printomancer busts. They were so easy to paint with the oils. We also painted an Archvillain bust. I think we painted a Loot Studios bust as well. I've also got somewhere a Galadriel bust from Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, we've got one of those. So yeah, the oils are fantastic for painting busts. You just I'm going to be doing a bust as part of the Patreon page. But also we've got several of those that we've already painted with the oils. More of them on the way, of course. Here, Nah, that's a little too much of just the white. I'm going to see if I can't get some of the turquoise in there. That's the radiant turquoise. That's more like it. And then maybe we hit a somewhat lighter portion of this. That would have been too stark. That's better. There we go. So basically, the Reaper paints. That's all I've got left. Pretty much is just some Reaper paints as far as the acrylic side goes, and just some smattering of other. Maybe a couple of Pro Acryls left, the old style Pro Acryls. And then there's some couple of scattered bottles of GW stuff that we just brought back from Adepticon years ago. Other than that, not a whole bunch, not with the acrylics anyway. We do still have the Green Stuff World. Oh gosh, what were they? Oh, the weathering paints, which were actually acrylics, which actually act a whole lot like weathering powders. Those are some of my favorites. I really like those. Alright, so I did lighten up the sails a little bit here, just with some ambient light. Just reasons, just because. Here, let's get into the... No, we'll leave that alone. I was just about to put some lighter ambient light there, and I saw some of our firelight. They said, nah, we'll let that go. We'll leave that be. A couple of areas that I want to lighten up here with this lighter blue. Some of this. There's a couple of these parts of the filigree that maybe I should do a little bit more now that we've got so much more of the surrounding area with some kind of color on it. Again, all I got is 2 fingers on the brush. This not going to work because A, I can't get there. Also, death grip on the brush, right? We do not want those things. No death grip on the brush. Thank you very much. We do not want that. Here, let's see if I could sneak in a couple of lights back here. Not too much because I'm thinking, the sail is going to cast some shadows on that. Definitely glad I decided not to go with any kind of lights in there. I'd thought about it just because of what this thing is, but no, I'm going to see if I can't, though, scare up a little more light along this. Again, what it is, I don't know. But this is one of 2 options that you can have, at least on the stern of the ship here. So the Drake does not have this. The one that has it it's called, again, Thorlock's Shield. I think that's what it says. And that would be this item on the stern of the ship here. Not sure what it is, but some kind of protective energy field, I guess. I might get a couple of lights out that way. Do I want to lighten this anymore? Well, the more we get into this, we might start to show just how thick some of these sails are, so maybe we won't do too much of that. Now again, just going with the darker color sails here, part of it is we've already got 2 fleets that have lighter color sails. We got the Empire of Dust, of course, and I think the Basilean sails are pretty darn light. We'll just go check. Yep, Empire of Dust and Basileans already have light sails. Orc Fleet, that's pretty much the darkest sails, and of course on our Twilight Kin, we did the skulls, and then of course on our Phoenix, on our elf ships here, we did the Phoenixes on all of the ships. So if you go back, you can check out all of those previous sessions, all the different fleets that we've been working on. A couple more reflections down here. Same there. Maybe a little more this way. Again, then it mixed with what's mostly just pre-glaze. And believe it or not, the pre-glaze that's on here, mostly purple and brown matter. Yet, what are we putting over the top of it? Lots of later greens and blues. How many times have we talked about, say you got a red cloak, and in the shadows of that red cloak are lots and lots of darker greens. We did that. Where's our Blood Angel here? So this is another one of our Patreon videos. We've done 5 of these, but the pre-glaze on this was actually a super dark green, over which we painted our reds. And here's our latest one. This is our white scars. So I've used a couple of scale 75s. just a smattering of those. Haven't really used those to any extent. I know they've done a whole lot of Kickstarters. It seemed like every 5 minutes, Scale 75 was doing another paint Kickstarter. Although that seems like it's still happening. But again, now if anybody has gotten the Army, what are those things called? Speed paints or something like that. If anybody's gotten those and you can sort of confirm that they reactivate when you've put, I don't know, other layers of paint over the top of them or whatever, or if you brush some form of sealer over the top of them or whatever. Yeah, that's not a really cool thing if that happens. So let us know if you got them and if you've noticed that. All right, what are we doing out here? I'm gonna maybe have to go with even more of the. That's the radiant yellow. More of it here. Gotta do something. I don't know if this is a roof or whatever the heck that's supposed to be, but I mean, I don't want it to look necessarily like it's metal or something, but I think I needed a little more reflected light in there. Oh, speaking of which, we gotta get a bunch down here. So I'm gonna head over here to my cooler. Again, that cooler sort of turquoise, phthalo green. Again, part of it is, what are we trying to do? We're trying to reflect some of the water here. I might still try to get some really, really light colors in the water here if I can. I'm just going to take this beat up brush right here and see. I can. Okay, there we go. I just was missing some really light lights here in the wake, but it was one of those situations where I had to wait. Right, couldn't be a hasty little hobbit there. Um, no, actually, Nixo, we won't be able to do that. The shape of the sail is just not going to allow that. And at a certain point, you complexify things a little bit too much, and not really sure what the nature of this thing is anyway. Sometimes you just have to give the impression of something, like we were saying earlier. Sometimes you create the delusion that there's something going on there. There's some kind of light being reflected. These shadows right here are just not, or the sails are kind of in a weird shape. Grundy, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody give congratulations to Grundy because Grundy victorious again. Grumdy victorious again with that fabulous army. So Grumdy, you know what that means? It means you got to post some pictures of your army there in the chat so that people can see it. And thank you so much for the sub. Look at that, Grumdy, that's 3 touchdowns right there. So Grumdy has scored 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns. All right, Rooster Rhythm, you have a good one. Thanks for joining as long as you could there. So yeah, Grumdy, there would be no way to really do any of that on the sail. The way those sails are shaped there, you would almost. One of the reasons I did this was just to kind of distract from the non-realism of the shape. I guess if that's a term we can use. So Grumdy is another Best Painted Army Award because Grumdy's army is absolutely fantastic. And Grumdy, I saw the pics on your Instagram there, and they just look fabulous all together. Really incredible. And there you go. You can go check out. And those were painted with the oils too. So yes, go check out what Grumdy was able to achieve with the oil paints. It is really, really, really stunning. It is absolutely fantastic. So please go check that out and offer kudos and congratulations to Grumdy. We always try to salute those who are victorious with their painting. And it's all oils. Yes, indeed. Go check it out. Where you can see just what is possible. Nothing short of amazing. Here, I'm going to throw a little bit of a light on that. Those are some pretty darn thick hull panels right there. So the Lone Star GT in Dallas out of 100 folks. So look at that, out of 100 folks there. And I'm sure it was by probably an extensive margin too. So that means you'll definitely want to go check that out. You know what? Let's retreat back to some yellowish green here, shall we? Just again to get something different here. Something interesting to look at. Maybe that's a little too much paint on the brush there. We're gonna cut some of that down. Something like that. Yeah, I think that. Oh, we get the again. We don't want to lose all of the brown matter slash Egyptian violet that's in the shadows there, but I think we need a little bit of light down in there. I can't just all be that dark. Silly Moss, how you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. Literally, welcome aboard. Although this is not the safest ship probably in the world, given the fact there's a big old fire elemental sitting on the front of it, who apparently seems to be really, really angry about something. I don't know. Maybe he's just hangry. I don't know. Maybe he's just he hasn't had his rum ration yet or something like that, and he's just a little bit cheesed off. Silly mess. It's fun to get to the next the new fleet here after we still have a couple of ships left from the elves, but lizard men, lizard men. Now also got some interesting things that I've been printing out that I think should make for some fun tutorials, maybe some fun streams. No, thanks, Grimdy. I wasn't sure what this was. I was thinking of doing like a little planet thing on it, but then I realized, well, we could maybe have, I don't know, some kind of glow there if we made it that. So it was in here. Let's get some of the, a little bit more of the dark here around his eyes. Maybe also on his hands, if we're going to call them that. We never did do our lightest stuff here yet on the flame. We still have that yet to go. Still got that yet to do. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's not angry. Maybe he's just completely scared and he's just screaming like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Maybe that's what he's actually doing. Maybe that's what he's doing. So, Gandalf should really stop picking on him then, because what he really is just a completely terrified fire elemental then. All right, now we had talked about this maybe having to be thinner. I don't know, only one way to see if it's thin enough, and that's to try and get some. I might just try and go thinner here. I don't necessarily want it to be pinline wash thin, but all right, let's see what that's going to do. Yeah, it looks like that actually, see, that actually sticks because it's thinner. Yeah, that elemental, he's just it's like a person being held over a fire pit, right? So that's why he's not angry. He's just terrified. He's hanging out there over the water, completely terrified. So apparently we got ourselves a very sad fire elemental here. What is that where people they'll post, I don't know, not quite a meme, but basically a meme without a quote or anything like that, and they'll say put a quote on this or something like that. You'll have to do something where you say, okay, what is this fire elemental saying as he's hanging right over the water, terrified? That could make for an interesting meme right there of some kind, I suppose. See how that covers? No problem. And of course, again, look where the hand is on the brush. It's way the heck back here. Yeah, then now there's probably guys behind it with fire hoses or something like that. Maybe that's why he's hanging out over the water, because he's trying to get away from the guys with the hoses. But then he kind of stops at the edge, like the guy that runs to the edge of the cliff or something like that. He's trying to get away from whatever. And all of a sudden now he's trapped on the end of the cliff. There's a couple areas there we never did get the more lighter flame. There we go. And just letting that all mix together there. So yeah, poor Mr. Fire Elemental. He's just scared out of his wits because he's just hanging out over water. He's like, why did I get on this ship? Why did I get on this ship? That ticket was half price. It's not worth it. Yeah. Sometimes when things are on sale, it's not always because it's better. So now what I'm going to do is just literally taking some of that and just dragging that around. All right, there we go. So Grim just posted, the Blood Bowl guys, the Savage Orcs, right, Grim. So go check those out so you can see what they look like now. And then when he gets the Armored Wolf Tufts on there, that'll complete the ensemble. And again, everybody please check out Armored Wolf Etsy because Armored Wolf has unleashed the Tufts. Yes, the Tufts have been unleashed. We used them, and you can check them out in the latest YouTube video here that we did. Again, utilizing those fantastic flower tufts here on the elves that we painted a couple of Saturdays ago. I think it was not this Saturday, but the Saturday before that. So definitely go check those out. See, there's a little piece of string sitting on there. So the poor Mr. Fire Elemental, man, he's just like, why did I get on this ride? Maybe for the same reason the Hobbits, where he was promised maybe some luxury something items for a very inexpensive price. Next thing he knows, he's like, wait a minute, what am I doing hanging over the water here? Again, hitting some more of our lighter lights here, just as I see them. Maybe a little bit there too. Didn't quite get that back there. Look at where my hand is on the brush. Again, closer to the end of the brush than to the front of the brush. Yeah, I think, like you say, that Elemental is firing that travel agent tomorrow. That is, that's not going to get a 5-star rating, that travel agent for sure. And maybe Gandalf will be a little bit more understanding here towards our completely terrified fire elemental. Because the more now that I look at his face, he does look more terrified than he looks threatening now. That's kind of one of those things. Once you see it a certain way, you can't see it any other way now. I guess that the only thing worse would be a fire elemental on a submarine, I suppose. That would really freak him out. People wouldn't be breathing very long. on that ship, I don't think. Not with a fire elemental on board. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? I might just let a little bit more of the lighter firework gets out. It wouldn't really hit there, but again, with the way these
Hello,
sails
little
are,
hobbits. Spark my gun jar.
we have to fudge that a little bit. Hello, Red Barn Games. Thank you so much. And yeah. So I hear that you're not a fan of water. You know who else is not a fan of water? A Balrog. Wow, look at Gandalf. You thought he was going to be more understanding, but no, he just dropped the hammer on our poor scared fire elemental here. Wow. See, well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you get involved in the halfling leaf. It changes who you are. Let that be a lesson to all the young kids out there. Unless you want to end up an angry old wizard like Gandalf, maybe steer clear of those troublesome halflings and their weed. Here, I'll get a little bit more of our light on the underside here. Didn't really do anything back there. Now, okay, I guess the next question is, Grumdy, how was the tournament itself? I mean, I always kind of forget about that. Sorry if I forgot to ask how the tournament went. Hopefully, many games were won, and hopefully not many ones were rolled. I'm basically using this as a little bit of a blending brush now here. On some of these masks, we need to do a little something. We'll just see what happens here with the brown matter I always want to keep saying brown matter alizarin. It's just brown matter. Let's see if we can do something on this mast here. Nothing earth-shattering. Not even sure if I want to have a huge wood texture on this or not. Or if I really want these masts to get all that light, really. So 3 and 2. Oh boy, Grumdy, that is wow. Now, Grumdy, but okay, let's say if you had managed to win that game. Now, I don't know, how they were ranking soft scores and stuff, but soft score-wise, would that have propelled you into the kind of the stratospheres of the tournament there? So yeah, that's a mean Gandalf right there. Gandalf is he's a turning mean. Now this looks like a light color here. Believe me, it's just a dark middle tone. That's all it is, at best. It's just that the oils are so efficient at creating darks. Here, let's do some more of our light here. That is a little, and now we're starting to get to something that almost is closer to a highlight color. Still, certainly nothing like white. So no soft scores on the placings. I know that, well, the folks that did Bilbo's Bash and Operation Sting, soft scores were gigantic. I mean, it's not like there was nothing for folks that just were into the game itself and just the hard battle points type things. There were prizes for that. But if you wanted to win the best overall, soft scores were a big part of it. Now, apparently, I don't know if it's, I know it was the case with the bolt action stuff. But I guess in Europe, when the bolt action guys talk to him here, they're like, what do you mean soft scores? What are those? They didn't even know what it was. So I don't know if that's more of a US type thing. I mean, I've seen some of the Lord of the Rings tournament review stuff from folks, well, not just in Australia, but Europe too, and it seems like soft scores are a thing there. Again, maybe not. Maybe I'm not thinking of that quite right, but it seemed like they had no idea, at least for the bolt action scene, what soft scores were. Again, I don't want folks to be excluded from something like, okay, if you're just looking to get best general or whatever, that's fine. That's what best general is for. Or that, most battle points, whatever. Usually that's kind of what your best general is. The Age of Sigmar scene has tons of fantastic painters. But the tournament organizers, there's a little bit of separation of church and state there. Okay. Now, I don't know how various groups also try to incorporate sportsmanship in there. That's a tough thing. That's not an easy thing to incorporate because, well, there's ways. Well, there's almost, I don't know. To me, it almost doesn't really work. You know exactly what they're trying to do with it, but it almost doesn't seem to work. Digital, nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. We are having some fun with the new Armada Fleet. This is the Lizardmen right here. Yes, actually, Lizardmen, the Salamanders with all the fire and everything. And so here we've been painting the elf ships, I think, for the last 3 Mondays. So this is, again, Armada. We just did the little freehand on the sails. Here's another one. These were the elf ships, and now we're getting into the Lizardman ships. And here's just a quick little look-see. I mean, that's just a tiny portion of all the ships that we've done. We'll have to try and do, I guess, a video of those, all of our ships on the, what is that? The Dreadfleet mat. Yes, that's from Dreadfleet. Lakes Grundy. Yeah, we did. We've done some of the smaller ships too. This one was interesting. Oops. Well, here, let's get back to our scene, shall we? There we go. That's better. So the small one was pretty wild doing that. That little tiny bit of freehand there. So yeah, sorry about that. I thought I was back to my scene. I think just the button never got pressed. All right, we'll lighten up the top edges that a little bit. Now I gotta get some color down in there. I'm actually going to take some of this. So we actually are just mixing some of the green now with that brown matter. And we're just going to try and get a little bit of lighter color inside here, but some that's got some red to it, reddish brown. It's gonna look just gray. It'll just look like gray. Do some more of that here. All right. What about the other side? Do I need to do some of that on the other side? We'll give that a shot here too. Maybe down here. Yeah, I wish I knew what some of this stuff was. Don't really know what all that is. I'm not sure they do either. Not 100% sure they do what, you know, all these items are just it's just some design elements, I suppose. Now what I do need is maybe a little more light here. I got the brilliant yellow pale mixed with some of that violet there, the lighter radiant violet. I think I will try to do something. I'm not going to do windows there. We'll just leave the interior of that maybe darker. I do have my blending brush here. And all we're going to do is spread that out so you can see there was no need for a bunch of layers there, was there? And see, not only is there some really nice shading there, but it just happened in just a couple of quick brush strokes. That's all it took. So digital, these are resin cast chips. Again, they are from here. I've got the now usually what I'm doing is 3D printed stuff, but these are resin cast chips right here. Hey Wombat, nice to see you. I mean, you can, oh, here we go. You can see, this is, I think, one of the orc ships. Yeah, that's one of the orc ships, I think, right there. Yep, that's one of your orc ships. So it's just a cast resin. So nice to see you, Wombat Combat. If everybody could please give Wombat Combat a follow, that would be fantastic. So yeah, we're getting into the lizard fleet here. We're finally getting to my lizard men. Yay! It took a while before we finally saw some salamanders, but we got ourselves some salamanders now. You know what? I'm going to try and do just for funsies here. I'm actually going to take some of the phthalo green and a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale here. See if I can't maybe throw a couple little accents into this that aren't just the blue. Just a hint of that here and there, not too much. And if I feel like, I'd always go back again and take my blending brush and smooth things out. Can always do that. So digital, I don't cast the ships myself. Yeah, I'm not actually casting the ships. Now when you're doing the 3D printing stuff, you will want to be, well, I don't have to worry about the printer being a well ventilated area because it's in a corner of the basement where I can keep the air moving around. So that's no problem. You do certainly want to wear your gloves, and I will wear at least a little bit of a mask when I'm dealing with the resin. And thank you so much, Grumdy. I appreciate that. We could certainly use a little bit of that right now. Thank you very much, Grumdy. Appreciate it. And we're going with an actual green on the hull, because of all the ships that we've done, none of them actually have green on the hull, because the elves, we went with that violet color right there. Hey, PMP Project, nice to see you. I hope that you had yourself a good Monday, or at least a Monday without too much hassles. Sometimes that's the best that we can get out of a Monday, is that there weren't too many hassles. And again, we just want to mention that Armored Wolf's got those grass and flower tufts. Those are up now on the Etsy page, so go check out Armored Wolf and go get those grass tufts and flower tufts. They're really fantastic. I use those all the time. The glue on those is really sensational. It's also very flexible, which means that if you're trying to get them attached to a rough surface, which is 100% of the time, and I can tell you, oh, here we go. This is an example right here. So yeah, these These grass tufts or flower tufts are really tough to stick in here. This is another one of our army painting series. That's a pretty rough area, right? Well, with the armored wolf tufts, it was very easy to get those stuck in there. Okay, you got lots of work to do. Now here's, I think we used them on the arch. Yes, we used them on our arch villain. So this is the latest completed series, series 29. We used some of the grass tufts there, and even here on our necromancer, we used some of the almost dead-ish type grass tufts there. And those we would get those stuck into all of those really, really rough areas. Again, otherwise, those are more inclined to just not want to stick there. Never did get some of my lightest light over here on the tops of these guys. Let me thin this down a little bit here. Hurry up and get them, right, Grim? That's what we do. We sell out of everything here. Everything sells out. Everything must go. And you'll see plenty of Armored Wolf basing supplies being used on the Patreon video and the YouTube videos. Like I said, we just posted a couple of days ago our latest regular public YouTube video, again utilizing the flower tufts. If you want to see how those are painted, we painted those on stream, and you can go check out the VOD. Sorry, the highlight. Yeah, VODs go away, but highlights are forever. And we've got all of our highlight, well, as many as we could, anyways. As many as we could, we got those saved up. Never did get the latest lights on the barrel of that howitzer. Really is more of a howitzer than it is a cannon, I think. Or is it almost more of a mortar? You know what, we never really did get some of the lighter glinty things on some of these. Speaking of guns. This whole side could probably use a little bit of on the starboard side here. I think we did the port side, not so much the starboard side. Don't want to go too far forward with this. Because we were trying to, almost like, especially here with this kind of, our scared fire elementals arms sticking out over here, we felt like we could maybe go at least to amidships, maybe slightly past midships here. I'm going to get the last little bit of my light on those gun ports. Now we'll stop messing around with that side. Let's go over here, see if we need to do the same thing. There's maybe a little bit down there that still needs to catch some light. Here on the, well, here on the shadow side, I mean, I want to get some light there, but boy, if I do too much. Yeah, and you can tell because of the way the sails are here, we're saying that blocked a little bit more of the light. Also, too, he's kind of listing to starboard anyway, so the port side not going to get as much of the fire reflection effect there. Oh, a couple of, I know this little piece of filigree here. Same with these never did get their lighter colors, did they? All right, we'll do this here. Same down here. Now, Grumdy, do you, now that you've got this army, do you just want to play this army as much as you can and add to it, or do you have the hankering? I know you talked about kind of the next army project, but Is it more just, I really want to just get to play this one here before I really start to think about something else, something new. Now I'm going to use this here, I think, as a blending brush. I don't think we have too much paint on it. Just going to try and soften some of this. There's a couple of, I can see some lines that happened here. We're just going to soften these together. And also we'll tone down maybe some of the lighter lights that we put here, which is not a horrible thing. Like that. Might even use that over here. Again, maybe where we see some brush. This is the brushstroke management phase. This is what we start to get into after a certain point. We've been working for a while. We say, you know what, now maybe we can do a little bit of cleanup on some brush strokes. And maybe even think about a little more of our lighting here. Something like this. Yeah, see just a little bit coming up from the water there. The Daughters of Cain are getting another big one. Now, so Grumdy, is it, in trying to select the new force, is it, I know there's a combination of, well, what miniatures interest you, but also to, do you come up with a color scheme right away? You see an army and you say, oh, yeah, I should do this theme for it. Whether it's basing, color, whatever. Yeah, sometimes you see that and you just know instantly what you want to do with it. And then there's other times where you just say, well, okay. And there might be figures that you really want to paint, but then you're just, okay, what do I want to do that's really unique with this? Because you're always kind of wanting to do that really unique thing, right? All right, so now I feel like we got a little more of the light coming from the water up to here. Do I need to, I'm looking at the water. There might be a couple of places where I just smooth some things out. I'm trying to make it where you might be able to see it. I know it's not always easy to see, especially with those sails hanging out over the port side here. Now, any more is just going to interfere with my yellow. And that might just have to be it. We may not be able to do a whole lot more as far as some blending here. I was tempted to add a couple of more lights there, but I don't think we'll do that. So Grim wants to see Grumdy doing an Amazon army. The problem is there's no Sigmar Amazons. I'm trying to think, oh gosh, well, now of course it depends on, so Grumdy, are the tournaments there, are they really hardcore on it has to be GW figures, or is there, will they allow other stuff in there? So PNP, I mean, obviously the years of the 2D art really helpful for that, but just casting that aside, if you check out, I have tons and tons of videos on the YouTube channel that really get into the object source. Obviously there's the Patreon page too. This is another recent YouTube video right here. And it starts with the object source lighting. It begins there instead of trying to superimpose it after you've painted a bunch of stuff. I mean, here's another example here. Why would I paint all of this and then add the orange to it, right? And the yellows and everything else. So you start with the object source lighting. That's what we did here. You can go back and check this out. It was one of the very first things we did was establish this area first. Most important stuff with object source lighting is you got to have the shadows. If you have no shadows, you have no light. And you'll see that wherever we're doing this, right, Wherever we have the object source lighting, if there's no dark, you have no light. Here, there. Let's see. We got a couple of other. Oh yeah, just like the Galadriel and the Necromancer here. Again, if you do not have those darks and those cooler colors, right, you're not going to have anything. There's another fiery thing there. And of course, it applies to something else like the greenish light too. Blue, same thing. You are going to want to have that all those different types of contrast, not just the light versus dark, but just like here, these are grayer colors, cooler colors. That is a very saturated color, also very warm. Down here we have actually a semi-saturated cool color, which is why the orange, you have saturated orange next to a saturated blue. Wow, that's going to be quite the interesting contrast between the two of them. And usually what happens to folks when they do the object source lighting is they create object source shading, because the light that's being cast onto the miniature is actually darker than the miniature itself. And it doesn't matter if they're wearing white. I mean, you could be wearing a white t-shirt, you go into some kind of a dark room, whatever, and you shine a flashlight on that, guess what? Your t-shirt is not white anymore. Now, here's another couple of examples here. So again, that's the example of see all those cooler, grayer colors there, but then you get into the very warm, saturated colors. And we've got ourselves, well, even here. So green light there, right? But unless we had all of the shadow stuff down here, the light would be, well, there wouldn't be any. Would be meaningless. Let's see, the text is, oh, it does let you do the, that's good, Grumdy, because, wow. In addition to everything else, I've actually had a chance to look a little bit at the one-page rules miniatures, and I can certainly see why people really like those, especially for Warhammer armies. But yeah, the one-page rules stuff is more interesting than I expected. Oh, that's extra good there, Grumdy. Actually, speaking of which, how is that? Oh, thanks. Thanks so much, Grumdy. Oh, look at that little shamrock shake. Thank you so much. Oh, no, that's Sarge. That's Sarge. Sorry about that, Sarge. I was like, wait a minute, shamrocks, that's usually Sarge. So, Sarge, welcome in. So, yeah, this fire elemental here, instead of being angry, he's actually really scared because he's hanging out over the water, and he's like, what the heck am I doing here? What am I doing here? That's what it is. Sorry, I had scrolled on there. That's why it killed that. So thank you so much, Grumdy. A little bit of a Blitzkrieg right there. Thank you so much. Yeah, PnP project. I've got tons and tons of vids on the YouTube channel. And of course, every one of these episodes is saved as a highlight. So you can always go back and check those out. Even this one, this will be saved. All the other ships, that Twilight Kin ship that you saw, that's also saved as a highlight. So Sarge, good to see you. I know you got another long week ahead there. Still have not had a chance to even open up the Mono X box. There's pretty much no point in doing that until I can get that area set up for it. Do I want to do something with this in here, just like what we did over there? I don't know. Let's see if we can find a little bit of our lighter color. We'll just do a quickie little dry brush on there. Thank you so much, PnP Project. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that sub. It is always appreciated. So thank you so much. And it doesn't even matter what the color is, because, oh, look, we got one that's magenta here. So, again, really intense colors here, very intense colors there, but then you can see these get to be cooler. Those are warmer colors, cooler, even within the range of purples. Oh, thanks, PNP. Really does. It makes a huge difference. Still to this day, even after nearly 2 years, I'm amazed at the difference that makes. So it is always appreciated. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can't get. Wow, look at that pre-glaze. This pre-glaze was put on there 4 hours ago. So Dano, I think you saw us working on that side, right? We just decided that was, well, given the type of ship, that it was some kind of an energy portal or something like that. It's supposed to be like a shield generator. Oh, look at that! They're generating some bitses there. Yeah, Sarge, look at this. Look at these heavy mortars that they've got on board this thing. So, Sarge, are you going with the heavy mortar rounds? Or are you going with the ball and chain shot there to try and demask the enemy? Or, well, I guess you're not using fire. You're not using incendiaries. We already got the incendiaries out here. All right, now what I'm going to do is it's been a while since we last used the Van Dyke Brown here. Let's see if we can use a little bit of that just to get the undersides of our set. Where the heck? There's the brush I'm looking for. And thank you so much, Grundy. Appreciate that. Oh, look at it, just sneaking right in there. We need to get some darks on the underside of the sail here. I'm going to just hit it with mostly the Van Dyke Brown. Mostly just the Van Dyke Brown. And all I'm looking to do is just get right next to the spar. That's all. I was looking at that going, that's a little lacking in some dark right there. Start with the ball and chain, and yes, and then well, it's interesting here. They always have guns pointed aft. They really like their aft pointed guns in Armada. So I guess it's a little bit dangerous trying to get the stern rake in Armada. I don't know, because it seems like there's a gun pointed back there somehow. So there we go. Grumdy's got the pew pew going. So Grumdy is going full Star Wars laser pointers there. Well, who knows? Maybe that'll freak out the fire elemental and get him even more panicked. I mean, he looks panicked enough already. Here, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to darken down bottom edges of the masts here too. Yeah, something along these lines. And now, Sarge, we did another really fun here. This is a new tutorial that we did, trying to actually reflect some kind of a village into the side of the armor. And thank you so much, Sammy. I appreciate that. Boy, geez, oh my goodness. Oh, there's like a little drop left. There is a little drop of medicine left. Just a teensy drop of medicine left in there. All right, Grim, you have a good one. And if everyone could please give Grim a follow there. Grim will be streaming on Wednesday, so be sure not to miss that. And also check out Grim's YouTube channel. Again, Grim does all kinds of very helpful videos. Speaking of YouTube channels, you'll want to check those out. They will be a good resource for you. I almost forgot this side of them over here. Again, a little bit hard to reach. A little bit difficult to get to him there. And thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So Sarge, I hope maybe you got some, well, when you get to your days off there, that you've got some fun hobby stuff planned. I don't know if it would be, well, like you said, you don't want to stress on your big project there with the 3 hunters, right? I haven't even had a chance to look at that article again because I've wanted to kind of check it out again and sort of remind myself of some of the really cool things that he did. Oh, look at that. Grundy's still firing. Well, look at that. Look at that big old splash right there. Grundy making a splash the way Grundy does. So thanks so much for the bitses again. You know what? I'm just going to darken that down there. That just, I don't know, whatever that was looking, oh, yeah. Yeah, let's get some green back in here, shall we? We just noticed that. Here, I'll see if I can use this. Just to sneak in a little bit of the green here on these, what I'm just gonna say they're roof tiles. Is that what they really are? I don't know. Don't even know if you can see what I'm doing, so I'm not gonna really go too crazy with it. Good enough. So thank you so much for the bitses. Much appreciated. Ooh, this might need a little light over here too. Not a ton, not a lot, but just a little bit right there. We'll get some more of our blue maybe into there. Again, turquoise, blue, whatever. Let's see, I have this weekend. Oh, wow, just got your vacation approved, so you will have the 5 days off before heading. Wow. Wow. Oh, geez, that's pretty big there, Sarge. Does that open up some more possibilities then than maybe what you originally thought as far as some available time? But Sarge, speaking of opening up, Sarge is going to open up again. Sarge is opening up, firing off a couple of more rounds. So yeah, I know that that was probably part of the arithmetic there was, what am I going to actually have time for here? Well, hopefully it also just means you'll be able to chill out and enjoy it, not rushing around right up until the last minute. So what is, oh, the AfterCon convention, or the AfterCon con? Now, I think what's interesting is that I think only of some of the not of your regular sort of fan-run sci-fi conventions, only Gen Con has the Dead Dog Party. There we go. There's Sarge popping out some more bitses. Thank you so much, Sarge. That's quite the flow of diamonds right there. So that means that actually, oh, Sarge, didn't you? I know you had Mr. Giggles, and I think you had Birdie, right? Or did you have Jeeves? I know that you got yourself a new emote, and yes, I'm sorry I haven't been able to get the those couple of new emotes that I've wanted to do. We'll try and get those done. Now what we're going to try and do here is restore a couple little darks in there. And thank you so much, Grumdy. Appreciate the bits there. Now there we go. So, oh, yep, Mr. Giggles, oh, Jeeves, and Birdie. Got them both in there. So yeah, it's been a little while since we've seen our big friends right here. There they are. There's Jeeves and there's Birdie. He's like, oh, yeah, I think I'm gonna get out of here because sort of partially made of wood, so I'm out. Wow, I've never seen Jeeves headed out the door quite so fast. Oh, and you also, oh, speaking of burning, you also have Woody. Sarge got quite the collection there. So Sarge, hopefully maybe by the Thursday stream, I'll have a chance to have 1 or 2 new emotes made. That is if they're approved. Oh my God, I'm telling you, I still don't know if it was the those animated emotes that caused all the trouble. I really am curious if the reason why things have kind of held together here is because of the new settings, or it's just because Twitch is going to not be nasty tonight. I just wish I knew. I guess well, when Kathy streams tomorrow, that will also be a bit of an answer. And then, well, when we try and stream again on Thursday, I suppose. All right, there's got to be some darks down here to get some more separation, and that's a little bit almost. It's got indigo, but it's almost a pin line wash. Boy, it's awful close. It's maybe about 80% of the way to a pin line wash, but not quite there. So thank you so much, everybody, for those bits. I think I will reinforce this. Normally, don't really want to emphasize that the plank edges there because the planks are so darn huge. And thank you so much, Sarge, for the gift subs. So who's getting some? Oh, Gamble Pants is getting some. Stark Greenwood also getting a sub there. Courtesy of the Sarge. So Sarge is doling out the musicians, not the musicians, but the. Oh, look at that, Grum. Grundy says that Sarge just sank his battleship. Wow, look at Sarge coming in there, taking no prisoners.
So say we all.
So Sarge, did you just do like a boarding party then? You said enough of this, enough small talk. Let's go directly to a boarding party.
So say we all.
Which you can do in this game, by the way. You can do boarding actions in this game. I think some fleets do it a little bit better, and of course, yeah, your nimble fleets, I suppose, like your elves, your tricksy elves here. I guess they're really good at avoiding those. You know, fancy that, elves. Elves good at avoiding that stuff. So thank you so much, Sarge. I appreciate the gift subs. A whole bunch of people now got themselves some subs. Of course, that's got me thinking food. That's got me thinking sub sandwiches of some kind. And of course, that's terrifying our fire elemental because he's thinking we're gonna stick him on a submarine. So yeah, he's getting awful scared about that. So thanks again, everybody. Good old-fashioned Blitzkrieg. Here, let's. No, I don't really need to resurrect that. Actually, that was. No, we'll just leave that as it is. Oh yeah, so Sarge just fired those grappling hooks, hauled him in, and took away their rum rations. And just trying to get that little borderline in there. Now again, I have not. I haven't seen one of the Armada battle reports in a while, so we'll have to go find it. There's not a lot of them out there. At least I don't think so. I think there's only, well, outside of maybe Mantic doing them, there's not too many out there. There's sort of an advanced rules where, well, I think the beginner rules, it only uses wind as basically to determine initiative. Which ship goes first, which ship goes last, that sort of thing. When you get into the more main rule type thing, now you're starting to get into the wind also will affect, well, the way you shoot and other things, the way you move, instead of just who moves first, who moves second. Might just darken down the edge of that roof and maybe this 2? Yeah, why not? So these are resin casts. Not too bad. Sometimes the sails can be a little bit on the warped side, and you're gonna need to hit them with a hair dryer or something that's going to let you bend those things back. Gee whiz, Sarge looted the ship of all the Williamsburg paints. He went straight for the treasure. He went directly for the treasure. So there's Sarge doing he's a pirate of the painting seas right there. He just snatched away all the Williamsburgs. And of course, Sarge, he knows what he's going for too. He went directly for the Egyptian violet and the quinacridone golden brown. He went for the one true brush as well. So Sarge knows that's talk about demasting the enemy right there. You take away the one true brush, there they go. They have no map. They'll be adrift at sea without the one true brush. They will be adrift with no chance of escape there without the one true brush. Did I ever? No, I never did get the. No, gotta do that here too. Yeah, just trying to follow what they've done with some of the sails here. We need to get the edge on this. This is just some Van Dyke Brown here, by the way. Right here on the bottom edge of this. Needs to be a little sharper anyways. Oh, this one too. There we are. So boy, oh boy, the one true that's merciless right there. Going for the one true brush and taking that away. How are you supposed to function without one of those? And that would be the craft brush that we always start with. And sometime while here, when they start getting beat up, you can see all the glue and sand and gravel there. We just we sometimes cut the edge, and that's good for doing the spattering and the stippling on vehicles, that sort of thing. So again, even when a brush where you feel it's really not too good for regular painting anymore, well, it takes on a different life as maybe a glue brush, a spatter brush, or just some other function. It doesn't have to just be thrown away. I think I'm going to try and reinforce that line there. And maybe these, again, this is kind of a funky thing. Not really sure exactly why this is different here on the mizzen mast. I think the other set was done the exact same way at the bow. So the foremast and this mizzen mast here, they've both got that same little, almost like a little stripe that runs through it there. Let me see what we can, see if I've got me something I can use as just a blending brush. We'll just use this then, I suppose. Yeah, something like that. Yep. Well, actually, Sarge, I meant to ask, you've got an Elegoo wash and cure. No, you don't have a. No, you do have a Elegoo wash and cure station, don't you? Because that's something that I was going to start looking at, start to price those out, see what's out there. I know you got your own system there for the water washable resin too, and you still hit it with a little bit of the 70% too, right? And Sarge says that the oil sea that sure is it's a cruel mistress, more cruel than the regular sea, that's for sure. All right, I think I've got all the darks in there. And of course, it would be nice if they didn't have that on all the sails, that connected piece of resin there, but I understand why it's there. Can understand that. The Mercury X. Because I know I'm pretty sure I've asked you about it in the past, but boy, I just could not remember. All right, I'm gonna come back with a little bit of some kind of a grayish color here on this side of the mortar, especially the mortar carriage there. Don't need to get any more of the firelight there. I mean, that's all going to be in shadow anyways. Just trying to sneak a little bit of mid-tone on the back. I can see it mixed because there's paint on the back of that brush. So digital DAC is biking right now. Hopefully not too cold. That's better. Here we go. Right. We'll just take this and we'll just smooth that out a bit. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, actually, Grumdy, the one person that you helped out with their printer there, have they pretty much gone trouble-free since you got that set up for them and kind of helped them with their troubles on that? Because I'm expecting there's going to be a learning curve with that new printer. There will be challenges, I'm sure. Hopefully we can make those not be too extreme. And hopefully not too many, not like the Sonic Mini 4K lessons. Those were really painful. And I think we're gonna try and apply those lessons for sure to our even this newest printer here. The wash station does a really good job. Oh geez, yeah, Sarge. And it's pretty wild because I mean, you just shove the whole build, you take the whole build plate off the machine, and it just goes. You just dump it into the right into the wash and cure, right? Wow, that is so different from the process that I have to do, which I'm sure would shock and horrify many people. Is that the way we have to wash prints and stuff here? I'm sure it would terrify folks. I guess how long do you leave it in there? I suppose that's the other question. I do have like a sonic cleaner thing or something like that, but I don't think you actually put your alcohol in there, right? It's a very small sonic cleaner as well, so not sure that's going to work. Maybe for some of the smallest stuff, I guess. So it does go. Oh, it cleans the build plate too, so well, better, even better. Yeah, I don't know if there's any that where you'd say, okay, well, this is really not going to be compatible with a build plate from this printer, or if they try to make those as compatible as possible. A couple more of my bright lights there. Trying to maybe find some ambient lights, not the object source lights. This on our starboard side here, I think we need a couple of more. of these edges lighten up. I was just looking at that going, boy, that looks an awful lot different than the port side. So let's bring this back in line with the port side. So Crazy Wolf can report that the water washable resin was a success. Now, was that the Elegoo water washable? Actually, does Soraya even make a water washable resin? I don't know if they do. I'm not so sure. I don't know if they do or not. You know, now here, this edge is a little rough because some of the resin pieces kind of broke away. Think there was a gate or a vent over there, and that can happen with gates and vents. Water, not alcohol. Don't use it anymore. It was nice as it heated the water. From the Ministry of Resin. Actually, Sarge, well, if it warms up the water, that would be nice because that's how you get those Soraya Smoky Black resin supports off of those miniatures is with some warm water. That's not quite light enough. You know what? I'll let the brilliant yellow pale mix with that radiant green. See if that's light enough. Yeah, it is. I'm just looking at a little reflected light down here on the end. Like that. I might try to sneak a little bit of light in there. That's not going to be easy to reach there. I'm going to just use this to sweep away some of the light they got where it was not supposed to go. All better now. Yeah, Sarge, I'm just trying to imagine, what was that, 2 gallons of 70, talk about your spontaneous combustion. Yeah, forget about the oils. Forget about the oils and spontaneous combustion. You don't necessarily, especially 99%. That's why I will not be using anything but either the smoky black or the water washable. Just again, just for the convenience of it. I'm sure maybe results-wise, pure results-wise, you get better action from other resins, I'm sure. But I don't really intend on I don't think we'll be shipping too many of the dragons that we print out anyway. I think they're just, I don't really want to be into shipping dragons. Never did get some of the light on those bits right there. Well, that's, yeah, Sarge, I mean, I was expecting it to be large, but the box that the Mono X came in, that was a big old box. I mean, I guess when I think about it, it's not like the Mono X came in a tiny little shoebox, but man, that was a big old box that thing came in. Yeah, I can only imagine the size of the footprint on that thing. My goodness. Yeah, well, at least now, Sarge, you can pretty much have your wash and cure station pretty much anywhere, right? Because it's not really it's not a printer. It's not going to be spewing out anything that you don't want floating around in the air. Now, actually, Grumdy, do you have any particular wash and cure machine that you're using? Now, of course, I guess I'll start looking through any cubic stuff just to see. I mean, they tend to have some pretty decent prices. And of course, if you just get the stuff directly from them, you avoid, well, the bugaboo of sales tax, which in this area means a lot, and also free shipping. So yeah, getting stuff direct from Anycubic seems to be the way to go. I picked up Anycubic wash and cure. Yeah, Grumdy, I will certainly keep that in mind. Yeah, we are we have quite a while before we have to be making that kind of decision, anyways. Okay. Well, that's fortunately that is not something I have to worry about because of where it's located. But I know for some folks, proximity, it might be located pretty close to, say, some living areas. So that could certainly create a problem for sure. That is something I would never hear, even if it were quite loud. Now, ones that spring leaks, that is also now if that's part of the other features, we could definitely do without that feature. Because I could swear that someone told me about washing cures that sometimes spring a bit of a leak. So again, hopefully, at least from what I can see, it would seem that the stream has been nice and stable. There's been none of the craziness of the last couple of weeks. Again, I don't know if that's the new settings that I tried to do, or if that's just Twitch all of a sudden deciding to behave. I can see that I've been looking at the CPU usage, and it's been down for sure. It's been like 13 is on the high side, whereas before it was in the 20s or whatever. Uprarius, thank you so much. I'm glad that those have been helpful. And obviously, many more on the way. Lots more on the way because we're making every army of Middle Earth, right? So you're going to see lots more armies painted with the oils. I'm also going to try and get back into my Dol Amroth with the oils too. So Brurious Vault, thank you so much. And also thanks for checking out the YouTube videos. I actually have somewhere Elfhelm. That's right, I have Elfhelm. He might be the next YouTube video or something like that. Just, Rohan, right? Guess can never have too much Rohan, can you? Never too much Rohan. Now, that's a little bit of the brown matter getting into the white over here. Also mixing with the green. Guess what? That's making quite the gray here. We'll throw that out in a couple of spots here. And just, so keep in mind, 4.5 hours ago, this big old ship, there was nothing on her. We're talking 4 masts. We got dual object store sliding, cast in the water, all this stuff. Yeah, that's 4.5 hours. Thank you very much, oil paints. Various, there's more coming up because, well, I finally have the Glittering Caves Eowyn figure. I've been hunting around for that for years. Been wanting to paint it for 15 years thereabouts. So I've actually got 2 copies of that now, and I think I will try and do sort of a Glittering Caves, kind of a diorama, and then the other one would just be just Eowyn, right? Now I don't know. Speaking of Rohan, I'm not sure if people saw some of the art has been revealed from the War of the Rohirrim animated movie, and that actually excites me more than the other thing because it's pretty much the all-star, the writers and artists and stuff that worked on the original trilogy movies there. And when I saw the artwork, it just looks like, well, you can tell that Alan Lee and those guys, or whatever, Stan Lee, whoever it was that did all the artwork for the Lord of the Rings movies and the books and such, that was their artwork. And the Mumakil, everything, Edoras looked just like in the movies. So very nice. And it's again, it's all about Helm Hammerhand. Now, of course, when you go one way, you have to go the other way, right? So there's our Dunlendings and our Wolves of Isengard. They may or may not be setting Rohan on fire. So we like to do armies that are opposites of each other. Actually, speaking of Rohan, there's our we did all these on stream. Here's our windmill. Yeah, that's a cereal box that we use for the panels on that. There's our archery range. There's the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand there. It's a sort of great hall. It's a medium good hall. It's just not great. Not everything can be great. Not everything can be Medjugorje, right? Again, I see I've got to get a little bit of my color down in there. I know you can't see it. The other thing I'm trying to do here is cast a shadow. So think about, well, here again, our Galadriel, she's casting a shadow there. I think maybe this was even better. Yeah, there's a shadow that she's casting. And where's that one? So she's casting a shadow onto the wall. I'm going to try and do a little bit of casting of a shadow here. Just by firing in some more of my dark right here. Just basically Van Dyke Brown, maybe a little bit of the black spinel in there, not too much. But yeah, now you can see it. Now you can see that now. Now we gotta start to feather this out a little bit. We don't want to go too crazy with it. Don't want it to be a super hard edge. But I think now it does look like we've got a shadow there. Oh, thanks, Rip Artist. Yeah, so now I guess that's coming out in 2024. So that's the other new piece of news is now we've got I don't know if it was an exact date, but at some point in 2024, I think maybe like April 2024, maybe is what they might have said. And what's curious is that within, just a matter of a few days of the big release for the Amazon show, all of a sudden out comes, I guess this is Warner Brothers doing the War of the Rohirrim. So I have a feeling that that's their strategy, is to be a little bit more, shall we say, faithful to the original. And thank you so much, Grumdy. You have a good night there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So that actually, at first I was a little bit like, wait a minute, what? What are they doing? And then when I started to see who was involved in the project, I said, holy smokes. Boy, it would almost be nice if these folks were doing the TV show. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing the TV show as an animated series, because then you could basically make whatever characters you wanted without the distraction of computer generated stuff, which I know for folks that was kind of the bugaboo about the second set of movies, was the quite a reliance on the computer graphics. If it's all animated and drawn, well, sort of drawn anyways, wouldn't be as much of a deal there. Thanks, Rip Artist. Yeah, we've got, well, we've done a whole bunch of, almost all of the Elf Fleet so far. We did the Valendor first, and I think we did this one a couple of weeks ago. We've gotten into some of the smaller specialty slash support ships. Here's another one over here. So I think we only got maybe 3 in total that are still left to do from that fleet. Of course, well, we did the Twilight Kin fleet. Sorry, we've got, I think, 3 of the Twilight Kin ships painted. And then, of course, well, we've done a pretty large Empire of Dust fleet. And this is just, again, a tiny sampling of some of the ships that we've done. So, yeah, pretty much an entire Empire of Dust, decent-sized Basilean, and we've even been doing the Orc fleet, too. We'll be getting back into the Orcs. Rip Artist, I hope that you're fully recovered, or at least mostly recovered. Mostly recovered and just kind of getting back up to scratch so that you can hopefully focus on the things that you would normally want to, right? That would probably be very welcome. So we've got, oh gosh, there's also the tiny stands, maybe 4 more Orc ships, I think, to do. I think we did 2, maybe 3 of them. I know we've done it. Definitely 2, possibly 3 of the Orc ships. Now, well, Rip Artist, I hope that even with some limitations, that it still won't curtail too many things. It will. I'm sure it sounds like it's going to be a challenge moving forward, no matter what. But like you said, you'll gear it up and tough it out and try and make the best. And just here, everything a little bit blocky. It will be interesting with some of the other ships where that blockiness might be a little more interesting to deal with. This one not so much because the sails are so close together. Oh, thanks, Sarge. That's actually going to help a lot. Hey, Dave. Geez, nice to see you again. Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well. As far as the Amazon show goes, there's been alternating very concerned to, well, okay, maybe not quite as concerned to, oh my goodness, again. Now the thing that they first showed with the forging or whatever, there was encouragement there because that wasn't all just CGI. That was they actually physically made that. That was actually filmed. That wasn't just some CGI thing that they cranked out. So that had given me some encouragement. Now, of course, a show that essentially might be a Galadriel warrior princess, that could be a little, not quite sure how that's going to work, but and also too, sometimes TV shows, even if they might be sort of done well, maybe they're just not written very well, or the acting is, I mean, there's shows that I actually really like, and there have been some times where I say, wow, that season was not very good. Or at least that part of that season really wasn't spectacular. And that can just happen with any TV show, doesn't matter what it's about. So in some ways now that is kind of my concern, is more just the, well, is it going to have some down points just because TV shows just have down points? Maybe not so much of the, is it this, is it Tolkien, is it not, whatever. All right, Sarge, you have a good one. Now, of course, I don't know what people think about that show. I think Kathy had read me one or two of the books or something like that, so I have a vague idea of what it's about. I don't know if people who read the books hated it and people who didn't really read the book said, "Oh, okay, that's cool." Now, of course, I've never read actually any of the books. Certainly haven't read the Silmarillion, but, well, seen plenty of lore videos and studied a number of things to kind of get me up to speed with that. All right, there. So now we've got that little. There you can really see the shadow there now that's cast by that sail onto that sail. So Sarge, you have a good one. Thanks again for all the bitses and subs. You know that is much appreciated. Yeah, I might even darken this down just a smidge more. We'll just go darker on the sails. Not gonna do the like our orcs with the black sails. And of course, that was when right around the time we were working on our Corsair ships. Do I actually have those here? Yes, I do. Nope, that's not the Corsair ships. Where's our Corsair ships here? Nope, can't find them there. Is this them? Nope, that's our Lonely Mountain. There they are. So yeah, I just I was working on. I had just painted this, and then they sent the orc ships. So I said, okay, we have to do them like our black fleet of the Corsairs. So I do believe what was my operative phrase was he crammed 30 pages of action into a 900-page book or something like that. I think that was oh, that I couldn't resist that one. All right, just gotta smooth that one down a little bit there. Hey, Dark Danigan, how you doing? So Dark Danigan, this is the first of the Salamander ships. Of course, apparently we have a very terrified fire elemental here because he's hanging out over the water, so he's absolutely freaking out there. He's like, man, I thought I signed up for a cruise ship, a land cruiser. That's what he thought he had signed up for, was a land cruise. He didn't think he was going to be over the open ocean. Again, that's a little bit of a brushstroke maintenance going on right here. Can't do too much there. That's all in shadow. Can't mess with that. I've done plenty there, and again, you can see. So the lighting kind of stops about here, but we've kind of gone a little bit further since this is sticking out more over the port side or over the starboard side here, and we've even gotten a little bit on the edge of the sail. Maybe I'll do a little more on the edge of the sail. Let's see how that works out. Just go a little more of our light on the edge of the sail with some orange here. Possibly even get a little more orange onto the fire elemental himself, because again, that paint has had a chance to set more now. Just on the ends of these spars, maybe. Let's see. So yeah, that was the show that I was thinking about there when I said, well, there's been really nifty seasons, and then there's been other seasons that are just seem to not have quite the same energy. And I figure that's probably going to happen to the Amazon show. Whether it's, even if it is really good, there will probably be ups and downs with it. I mean, I think of some of the other shows in the past, ups and downs with those too. So that's probably what'll be the case here. There'll be times where it's darn near magical and other times where it's just a little more ordinary. Now, again, of course, hopefully the War of the Rohirrim goes really well, and then they will continue to do more of those. And of course, I guess the rights are about to be up for sale, which means potentially now more entities could get into it. I'm going to let that get just a little bit more orange in there. Remember, there was a time on these sales here, I couldn't get any more paint down there, and same thing with our crazy terrified fire elemental here. Now it's not so difficult to get some additional paint in areas here. I still have to be aware of the thin over thick and vice versa. So yeah, oh, I can only imagine. I mean, and I'm typing in things and it still is getting 90% of what I want to have typed in there wrong. I can only imagine what the voice things are doing. Very mischievous for sure. So that's another case where I'm just going to let the orange sort of take over for some of the yellow there. And I might even do that down here on the water. Like that. Oh, I'm going to see if I can't sneak a little bit more of the orange down over here on our waves there. What about this side? Possibly a little bit over here. Yeah, Ripper is those well, that is why Agreement is constantly complaining that Palantir has an absolutely hideous keyboard app. Because of course, Eowyn broke up with him by Palantir, and that has got him so upset still. He's still crying into that same handkerchief. Let's see, where's there? There he is. Yeah, poor sad Grima. He's like, uh, oh, I know what it means to be sad. He's like, dude, I'm gonna die. I'm not just sad. I'm gonna die. Or look at this, I'm over water. It's like, yeah, but at least somebody didn't break up with you by Palantir. That was terrible. So poor Grima. Oh, let's see, Dirk Dan again. I think we'll show you both. Oh, because you want to see this too. So let's do a couple of film noirs here. Let's do a film noir on the starboard side first. Wow. Like even the water, right? No real difference in the water. Let's bring it back. We'll bring back that color. Pretty wild, huh? Now let's get to the port side. Well, let's go about this way. Take away that color. I mean, yeah, it looks like there's some lighting there, but as you can see, the vast majority of it, at least the contrast, as we like to say, is all the warm versus cool. Warm colors versus all these cooler colors out here. These are more grayed out colors. That's pretty darn intense, right? You can't get much more intense than that. And thank you so much, Underdeep. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Thank you so much. And hopefully we'll see you Thursday. Thursday, I'm not quite sure what that might be. It could be one of the Adepticon figures that I've got to that we've got to get painted there. All right, so you have a good one there. I appreciate you hanging out. Ooh, let's do a little. There we go. Yeah, that just we need a couple of darker edges here. We did some of the lightest stuff here on these gun ports, but now I think there's there's a whole bunch of little areas here with the dark edges that we kind of have to restore. I almost got like little beaks on them here, so we'll see what we can do with those. Oh, there's another. We have another one of these guns here. I just realized I need to get some of my pin line wash down in there. We might have wiped out too much of the pre-glaze in the initial phases there. That's okay, there we go. That's a little better. Thank you so much, Bitron. Yeah, we haven't seen Grima in a while. I just wanted to get Grima out there. He hasn't seen so much action. Of course, well, we mentioned Helm Hammerhand a whole bunch, and all of those episodes with the trolls. Oh no, the bears. That's right, with the bears. Not so much with the trolls, but with those polar bears from Archvillain. Yes, indeed. And now, actually, it's been almost 5 hours here. We're just shy of 5 hours. I think I might head over Teal's way because I think Teal's just started painting another miniature. He was painting something, and now I see him working on something different. He's just kind of getting started with it. Yeah, maybe Grima, he doesn't want to face Eowyn. Or maybe I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye out on Grima there because he's awful sad. He's awful sad. I think I might just chuck a little bit of our dark over here. Not too much. Right, but just sharpen up that edge too. Yeah, it needs not just the contrast of the light versus dark, but a little sharpness to that edge too. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all of those bits and subs. There was quite a few of them, so we really appreciate that. We'll certainly be painting more of the Armada ships. We still got, well, both elves. We have Twilightkin and the regular elves to do. And we also want to say thank you so much to Armored Wolf for doing all of the fantastic moderation work there. And of course, remember that the Armored Wolf Grass and Flower Tufts, those are up on the Etsy page. Not for long, not for long. No, thanks, Crazy Wolf. Yeah, so Thursday we could be painting a Victoria Miniatures, again, the Adepticon figure on Thursday. So don't be surprised if we're painting that. We might be painting some other stuff too. So we could be painting a couple of things on Thursday. Not exactly sure what that'll be. But here it is. Look at this. There you go. The first of the Salamander ships. What is this again? Not the Drake. It's this one here, the Thorlock's Shield. There you go. Look at that. So Bina, thanks so much, and you take care there, Bina. I'm gonna try and also I'll see what's happening out there over the last 5 hours that I missed. So you have a good one here. We'll get our raid countdown started. And it does look like the stream held steady. So again, we'll find out, was it my new settings or was it just Twitch being nice for a change? So thank you so much, everybody. We'll catch you on Thursday.